Chapter 12:16. That night, Chu Yang lay in bed with Tai Butian in his arms, watching the beauty sleeping peacefully in his arms. Not only did he not feel any desire, he instead felt infinite happiness and satisfaction, as well as a kind of peace in his heart. As a woman, I am not strong. As an emperor, I have a clear conscience. As a human, I have no regrets. This was Tai Butian, his own woman. He couldn't help but think of Imo Qingwu. This was the first time he thought of Imo Qingwu after coming to Iron Cloud. It wasn't that he didn't want to think about it, but he didn't dare to and was too embarrassed to think about it. Even if he thought about it, he immediately forced himself not to think about it. When he had just arrived, Chu Yang's heart was filled with apprehension. He forced himself not to think about Imo Qingwu, because he felt that if he thought about Imo Qingwu when he was with Tai Butian, he would feel guilty and uneasy. Moreover, this was a kind of blasphemy to Imo Qingwu. But Tai Butian was already pregnant with his child. What could he do? Abandon his wife? Or just take the child away? Abandon Tai Butian in the lower three heavens? Then, am I still human? But give up Imo Qingwu for Tai Butian. Then, the same question. Chu Yang, are you still human? But here came the problem. You are one person, but your heart is divided into so many parts. Whether it is to Imo Qingwu, Tai Butian, or Wu Qianqian, it is all unfair, because they are all unreserved and wholeheartedly devoted to you. Although it is the most common thing in this world to have multiple wives and concubines, can you really be wholehearted to every one of them? But now, he let go of his own thoughts. He stopped running away and faced his own heart head-on. Sooner or later, he would have to face it, so the sooner the better. Yes, when he was with Imo Qingwu, thinking of other women was a kind of blasphemy to Imo Qingwu. But now Chu Yang knew. When he was with Tai Butian, thinking of other women and facing Tai Butian, wasn't that also a kind of blasphemy? As he thought about it, Chu Yang's heart was in a mess. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. These are all good women, like peerless geniuses. Am I such a playboy? Chu Yang asked himself. Playboy? Honestly, it couldn't be considered that. If there was one woman who could make him admit that he was a playboy, it would be Zi Xiecheng. His teasing, whether intentional or unintentional, or the adoration that was hidden in the depths of his heart. He was indeed a playboy. But with regards to Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian, how could Chu Yang be considered as unfaithful? Even if he wasn't unfaithful, if he had to make a choice now, which one would he give up? With a belly full of complicated thoughts, Chu Yang fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, Tai Butian finally recovered. She was surprised at once. Chu Yang is sleeping right beside me. This guy actually slept for a whole day? It's strange. However, he heard Chu Yang let out a long sigh. So this guy wasn't asleep? What's wrong? Tai Butian asked gently. Chu Yang turned over and hugged her in his arms. He whispered, Tian Tian, do you think I'm a playboy? Tai Butian was taken aback for a moment. She thought for a while. I don't know. I don't think so. She sighed and said, in this world, there are many couples who are faithful to one another until death. Moreover, they won't look twice for their whole lives. Women like us admire such men, and also yearn for our men to treat us like that. However, such a man may not necessarily be the man we love deeply. Tai Butian said softly, do you know that after our battle back then, more than 10 million soldiers died there? Especially in the main areas where great Zhao's soldiers were deployed, men became precious because of their rarity. Many brothels changed their professions. Change their professions? Chu Yang was stunned. Change their professions? Tai Butian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You should understand what I mean. Therefore, even though I'm a woman, I have no choice but to issue an edict to encourage men to marry more. Otherwise, the ratio of men to women would be seriously imbalanced, and there would be chaos in the world. Tai Butian smiled lightly. All right, now I've tasted the consequences. I, the emperor, have become someone else's concubine. Chu Yang was originally in a heavy mood. When he heard this, a surge of evil fire and an inexplicable excitement suddenly surged in his heart. Tai Butian obviously didn't know what kind of consequences her words had triggered. She looked at Chu Yang and said very seriously, Chu Yang, women are very fragile and delicate. In a chaotic world, we may be jealous or throw tantrums, but we can't do anything about such a world. Therefore, if you can protect us and take good care of us, she said quietly, I won't allow you to be fickle in love. However, for us whom you also like and love deeply, please give us happiness and safety, as well as peace of mind. Chu Yang nodded. Tai Butian's words were very magnanimous. However, Chu Yang knew that although her words were beautiful, her heart was definitely not so. I won't allow you to be fickle in love. For us whom you like and love deeply. The meaning of these words was very deep. Tai Butian admitted that she was a latecomer. Therefore, although she was against it, she couldn't oppose it. To oppose it would be to deny herself. Therefore, the subtext of this sentence was, other than these few, don't think about anything else. Such a narrow-minded woman. Chu Yang pinched her nose and deliberately put on an angry face. However, if you want to be a concubine, you must have the awareness of a concubine. If you don't serve me well, I will sell you off at any time. Now, what are you waiting for? Tai Butian was very embarrassed. She pinched him. You're such a pervert. Chu Yang chuckled and flipped over. Come, as an official, I will serve His Majesty. As a concubine, you can serve your man. It's night time again. As the two of them ate, Chu Yang seemed to be deep in thought. Is it because of your icy heart jade bone divine technique? Or is it because of your emperor divine art? Why are you breaking through bottlenecks so frequently? Tai Butian paused for a moment and smiled. I thought you wouldn't ask. Yes, it's because of my icy heart jade bone divine technique. It's because of your heavy elixir that I have some small achievements in icy heart jade bone divine technique. Moreover, this martial art is a martial art that no one has ever practiced to great success. Even my master only has the chant for it before great success. Therefore, I can only control my own cultivation and carefully experience every breakthrough. I'm afraid that in the future, if there's no way out and I don't have any experience, then Tai Butian smiled bitterly. Chu Yang immediately understood. Lan Meixian's incantation was incomplete. Tai Butian was obviously keeping an extra eye on herself. She was preparing to work hard to break through. If she reached that stage in the future, she would open up her own path. Chu Yang sighed. Tai Butian also sighed. Both of them knew what the other was sighing about. Lan Meixian had taken in a younger brother and now betrayed him. Of course, this was intolerable. However, Tai Butian didn't completely believe it back then. I'm just a woman from the lower three heavens. Although I'm a royal family, in the eyes of the experts of the upper three heavens, so what if I'm the emperor of the lower three heavens? Why would such a great thing happen to me? Tai Butian smiled lightly. A meat pie has fallen from the sky, but the only thing I'm afraid of is being smashed by it. Therefore, I have no choice but to guard against it. Chu Yang, this is also the benefit of being born in a royal family or a great clan. You think a lot. Give up on this technique? I can't give up. Now that I've reached this stage, I can feel that if I go any further, I'll reach the legendary telepathy, said Tai Butian. Chu Yang was excited. Although Tai Butian didn't say it explicitly, he understood what she meant. When I reach the telepathy level or even higher, I'll be of real help to you. Telepathy. I can see through people's hearts with my heart. The following month was uneventful. Tai Butian handled the daily affairs of the court. That Prime Minister Wang, who used to be favored by the emperor, was immediately dismissed by Tai Butian. He was expelled. Towards the doubts of the officials, Tai Butian didn't give an explanation. The emperor became more and more domineering and majestic. All the military officials trembled in fear. Prime Minister Wang didn't submit a petition to complain either. Obviously, he already knew that Tai Butian was already very merciful to spare the lives of his entire family. When they were free, Chu Yang and Feng Qiliang sparred with Tai Butian. They consolidated their cultivation. Whether it was Tai Butian or Feng Qiliang, both of them were improving at a rapid pace. Ever since Tai Butian's meridians and marrow cleansing, she became stunningly beautiful. Chu Yang often looked at her and was dazzled. Her originally fair skin had now become sparkling and translucent like jade, almost giving off a transparent feeling. When the three of them were practicing, the little fellow Tai Yang often sat at the side and watched in boredom, yawning from time to time. When Chu Yang suggested teaching him martial arts, the little fellow was adamantly against it, shaking his head like a rattled drum. No, no, your martial arts aren't good enough. The little fellow pouted. It's not suitable for me. I have my own martial arts. I'll start practicing when I'm 2 years old. Chu Yang had just glared when the little fellow started to act coquettishly. Father, just believe me. Minister Chu had no choice but to give up. The little fellow smiled triumphantly. It wasn't easy for me to relax for a few days. How can I continue practicing? That's so boring. Besides, which martial arts should I practice? A month and a half passed by quickly. This night, knowing that they were about to part, the two of them looked at each other in silence. They didn't do anything or say a word. Early in the morning, Chu Yang stood up. Tai Butian quietly helped him put on his clothes and tidied him up, just like a considerate wife who was about to send her husband off on a long journey. I'll wait for you. Take care. Early in the morning, the emperor's tour of the south began. Banners covered the sky, and the ceremonial procession was grand. Dressed in splendid attire, the emperor looked dignified and solemn. She stepped onto the dragon carriage and began her first tour of the world in her political career. A long howl came from afar, getting further and further away, shaking the clear sky. Tai Butian didn't turn back. She sat upright in the dragon carriage and closed her eyes. A teardrop silently slid down from the corner of her eye. I'm your wife, but I'm still the emperor of this world. You must take care. I'll wait for your return. Chapter 12:17. When Chu Yang and Tai Butian were bidding farewell in the lower three heavens, there was also a send-off in the Heaven Imperial Court. Looking at Zi Xieching's white robe, escorted by the guards of the Demon Palace towards the south, the Demon Empress' eyes were solemn. I didn't expect her to survive such a cruel rebirth. The beautiful lady in white had admiration in her eyes. Back then, I only split my soul 81 times at the soul-splitting platform. After one time, I asked for it to be stopped. The Demon Empress looked at her sister coldly and said, "This is because your heart is not firm at all. How can you talk about turning into a human?" The beautiful lady in white felt ashamed and said, "However, this also shows that Zi Xieching's heart for the person she loves is extremely firm and earth-shattering. Now that her wish has finally been fulfilled, I feel very comforted and gratified. I only hope that she can stay with the person she loves forever and be happy." Ha ha ha. The Demon Empress actually laughed out loud. As she laughed, she looked at her sister mockingly. "Ming Ming, you're still dreaming. You're as innocent as you were when you were young. I'm dying of laughter. Do you really think that Zi Xieching went through such pain for a man?" The beautiful lady in white was stunned. "What do you mean? Isn't she doing it for her man?" "Maybe it's part of the reason, but it's definitely not the main reason." The Demon Empress' eyes were deep. "I can only say that this woman will be a very scary person in the future. 81 times at the soul-splitting platform, 81 times at the heartbreaking spring, 81 times at the demon-forging cave, 81 times at the demon annihilation thunder." The Demon Empress smiled lightly. "Not simple, not simple." The beautiful lady in white was puzzled. She asked, "Big sister, is there a heavenly secret in this?" "Of course there is." The Demon Empress said deeply, "You've also cultivated the Sky Demon Mystic Classic. You should still remember the first sentence of it." "Of course I remember the first sentence." The beautiful lady in white said without hesitation, "The Sky Demon has no way. Heaven and earth is home. If one wants to reach the top, one must be a life raft." "Yes, it's the life raft." The Demon Empress' eyes flashed. "I don't understand. Moreover, I always thought that these words were useless." The beautiful woman in white frowned her beautiful eyebrows. "Moreover, the raft. It's something used for water. Ascending to the peak means going higher. It doesn't make sense at all. Perhaps it was written randomly by predecessors for the sake of rhyming." "Nonsense." The Demon Empress rebuked angrily. The predecessors had gone through thousands of generations of exploration and accumulation before they created the Sky Demon Mystic Canon. Not a single word in it is meaningless. If you want to reach the pinnacle, you have to make a life raft. The Demon Empress said in a deep voice, There was once an almighty person who said, "In the mortal world, there is no such thing as a mortal." It was originally a sea of bitterness. Everyone was floating up and down in it. There is no exception. Do you understand now? The demon empress said indifferently, the life-crossing raft. It's a human body. Why do we demons need to transform into humans at the beginning of our cultivation? And this transformation is the most important stage? The demon empress said, everyone is struggling in the sea of bitterness, but only those who struggle in the sea of bitterness can reach the other side of the sea of bitterness. This is the origin of the life-crossing raft. Even for our sky demon race, if we want to reach the end and become the supreme existence, we have to transform into humans first. Only then can we reach the highest level. The demon empress looked down and said indifferently, if you want to reach the pinnacle, you have to make a life raft. That's what it means. The beautiful lady in white widened her eyes in shock. But this is the Sky Demon Mystic Canon. The Sky Demon Mystic Canon is in the Heaven Imperial Court, and only our family can cultivate it. If Zixieqing is really like this, then how did she know? The demon empress pondered. I find it strange too. However, Zixieqing is different from us. We are at the last step before we can make this life raft, and we have to go through endless dangers. But she is in the middle of it. She hasn't even reached it, and she has already started. The demon empress turned to look at her younger sister and said, Ming Ming, if you are fine, you are very close to Zixieqing. Now that she has just gone through the process of destroying demons and becoming humans, she is in a weak state. Why don't you protect her for a while? How about it? The beautiful lady in white nodded and said, all right. The two sisters smiled knowingly. Mother, why don't I go and protect Miss C? Following the voice, a young man in white suddenly appeared behind her. He was handsome and dashing, like a tree in the wind. You go? No way. The demon empress frowned. Although Zixieqing is not doing it entirely for men, she must have such a reason. If you go, you will definitely cause disgust. Instead, things will become irreparable. The young man's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, if I make her your daughter-in-law, wouldn't everything be more convenient? The demon empress said angrily, nonsense. You pestered her for so long 70,000 years ago. She didn't have a man then and didn't accept you. Now that her heart belongs to someone else, do you think you will succeed? The young man said dejectedly, but it's always good to try. The demon empress said angrily, how many times have you tried? You don't even know how to fight back after being hit by a woman. How can I have a son like you? Being hit by a beauty is a form of enjoyment. The young man explained weakly. One last try. The demon empress turned her head and ignored him. Meng Meng, I'll leave this matter to you. The young man turned his head and pleaded, Aunt, please put in a few good words for me. I'll go over when I'm free. The beautiful woman in white smiled bitterly. 3 days. In that mysterious cave. The brothers had been in seclusion for so long that even Imo Tianji couldn't count the number of days. It had to be said that such days were boring and unbearable. Everyone was a hot-blooded young man. At first it was fine. But now, as they saw the huge dragon formed by the vital energy of heaven and earth slowly shrinking and gradually disappearing, their hearts started to become restless. On this day, something finally happened. Of course, they had to practice martial arts. But when they were free, there was nothing they didn't talk about. The story of the cold-faced Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling's romance had been repeated 7 times under the pressure of his brothers. Jimo's romance had been repeated dozens of times, especially regarding Huyan Albua's abuse of GMO. Everyone never got tired of hearing about it. As for Ao Xieyun and Xie Danxiong, everyone even talked about how they started to climb trees and dig out bird nests when they were young. Everything after that, towards the end, the topic gradually became heavier and heavier. They talked about the dispute between the clans. The brothers turned against each other. Everyone sighed in unison. Only GMO was very happy. He said, what's the big deal? Isn't it just a fight? I don't feel any pressure at all. When this sentence came out, everyone despised him at the same time. GMO and Jiju also fought for the position of the clan head. But these two lazy bums fought because they didn't want to be the clan head. They didn't fight for power or profit. These two brothers were both lazy bones. Compared to the other clans, it was like heaven and earth. Gu Duxing felt slightly worse. But now, he also truly felt the benefits of killing the two brothers of the Gu clan. His heart wasn't so conflicted anymore. Ao Xieyun even competed with his cousins. Most of them were killed by these brothers. Some were even executed by his father. Luoku Di and Luoku Di didn't develop to that stage at all. Xie Danxiong was chosen from a young age. No one competed with him. Instead, he was the most relaxed. This was the one who suffered the most. It was Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji used to fight to the death with Mo Tianyun for a very long time. The space here was sealed, far away from the bustling world of mortals. Mo Tianji's mind also gradually became calm and quiet. He thought about the things in his life. He thought about everything that made him sad and happy. He thought about how Mo Tianyun took care of him when he was young. When he was at a disadvantage, the young Mo Tianyun would always stand up for him. Who dares to bully my second brother? At that time, he was so safe. So much dependence. But since when did these two brothers become so irreconcilable? Although in the end, Mo Tianyun was proven to be a bastard and not of the direct bloodline, but Mo Tianji thought about it. The one he missed was still that big brother of his. He was dead after all. He died in the fight with him. He used to be very happy. He used to be very relaxed because of his death. But now, the past kept coming back. Why was the melancholy in his heart unable to be erased? If he didn't change back then, he wouldn't fight with him at all. But why did he change? The smarter a person was, the easier it was for him to go down a dead end. Mo Tianji's controlling the world required him to have a heart of ice and snow. The most taboo was to have a chaotic heart. Once his heart was chaotic, he couldn't control it. On this day, when the brothers were practicing, they suddenly heard a scream. "Big brother, why did you become like this?" Everyone was shocked awake. They saw Mo Tianji spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he spat out more blood and collapsed. The brothers turned pale with fright. Now, everyone had surpassed the saint level. The huge solid energy of heaven and earth had been absorbed by everyone. At such a critical juncture, at such a high level of cultivation, Mo Tianji actually went crazy. This was really something that no one expected. Gu Duxing was the first to react. In a flash, he appeared behind Mo Tianji's body. Using his hand to press against Mo Tianji's back, he continuously channeled his energy into Mo Tianji's body. However, he felt that the meridians in Mo Tianji's body were in a mess. Gu Duxing actually couldn't contain his energy. "Come over," Gu Duxing shouted. GMO, Luoku Di and Xie Danxiong immediately came over to help. The divine dragon energy in his body is in a mess. In just a moment, sweat had already appeared on Gu Duxing's face. This situation is really bad. When he first went into seclusion, Mo Tianji had already warned Gu Duxing. With so many young and strong guys in seclusion here, there would definitely be problems after a long time. So the two of them had prepared for this possibility for a long time and discussed many countermeasures. Chapter 12:18. The power of the divine dragon is in disorder. I need the blood of the divine dragon. Ao Xieyun gritted his teeth and said, "Duxing, it's useless to inject vital energy like this. Let go, let me do it." Everyone hurriedly let go. Ao Xieyun had the bloodline of the true dragon in him. He was indeed the only one who could treat the disorder of the divine dragon. Blood gushed out of Mo Tianji's mouth. Deep in his lifeless eyes, however, a trace of relief flashed past. Ao Xieyun channeled his power and gathered the bloodline of the true dragon in his body. Then, he went to Mo Tianji's side. With a swoosh, he cut a deep wound on his wrist. Warm blood gushed out and entered Mo Tianji's mouth. Gu Duxing injected vital energy into him from behind, guiding the bloodline of the divine dragon to flow through Mo Tianji's body and smoothing out the chaotic aura. After a long while, the blood stopped flowing out of his wrist. Ao Xieyun frowned and cut the wound again. This time, the cut was even deeper. The large amount of blood loss caused his face to gradually turn pale. But on the contrary, Mo Tianji's face gradually regained color. Seeing that it was still not enough, Aoshayan stretched out his left hand again. Feeling waves of dizziness in his head, he said calmly, Duxing, if I faint later, continue to bleed until Tianji wakes up. Gu Duxing was shocked. You will die if you do that. Aoshayan frowned and said unhappily, Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I don't do this, what's the difference between Tianji's death and my own death? Will I still be able to raise my head in this life? Gu Duxing took a deep breath. At this moment, Imo Tianji moaned weakly and opened his eyes. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. Okay, I've embarrassed myself. The brothers cheered thunderously. Aoshayan was relieved at once. With a thud, he fell down and fainted. GMO and Luo Kudi hurriedly stepped forward and bandaged his wounds. Imo Tianji's body was extremely weak. He managed to say a few words to stop Aoshayan before he fainted again. Gu Duxing and Xia Danqiang hurried forward. They laid his body flat and took care of him carefully. No one knew the joy and guilt in Imo Tianji's heart at the last moment. Indeed, I've been a villain for nothing. Although inner demons were powerful, to Imo Tianji, even if he was injured, it shouldn't have been so serious. This time, it was chi deviation. After Imo Tianji lost control of his inner demons, he automatically added fuel to the fire and pushed himself to the brink of death. It was Aoshayan. Imo Tianji was very reassured about these brothers. GMO, Gu Duxing, Luo Ku Di and Imo Tianji had followed Chu Yang for a long time. So, they knew each other very well. There were no secrets between them. Therefore, Imo Tianji didn't suspect them. As for Xie Danqiang looked handsome and confident on the surface. However, his way of thinking was somewhat conservative. During this period of time, Xie Danqiang could even be said as a person in some aspects. It was a little naive, a true sexual lover. Therefore, Imo Tianji was not worried. The only one who was a little uncertain was Aoshayan. Before this, Aoshayan was known as the #1 person of the younger generation. His intelligence and scheming were not far off from his own. Now, in this group, Aoshayan's position was at the back because of the time he had joined. Would he feel uncomfortable? Would he be unconvinced? Would he now? Everyone had finished absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and was preparing to leave this place. Perhaps, after they left, they would have to face the great battle of the upper 3 heavens. How could it be ordinary? If Aoshayan, Imo Tianji had always been cautious. In fact, he had reached the point of being cautious when making plans. He deeply understood the importance of unity and purity in a group. He definitely wouldn't be at ease to bring such a group into the upper 3 heavens and hand it over to Chu Yang. Therefore, today's cultivation had gone awry. On one hand, it was indeed the inner demons that had invaded. There was no doubt about this. However, on the other hand, this was also a genuine test. To test whether Aoshayan could disregard his own life for his brothers. This test would determine all of Imo Tianji's future plans. Now, although it was proven that Imo Tianji was indeed a little narrow-minded, Imo Tianji didn't regret it. On the contrary, he was very happy. However, he felt a little guilty towards Aoshayan. However, we will all be brothers in the future. No one knows. I'll find a chance to tell him or not. I'll keep it in my heart. Imo Tianji thought of this and fainted happily. Now, he was completely at ease with these few brothers. It had to be said that Imo Tianji's cautiousness had sometimes reached an unbearable level. During this period of time, this schemer couldn't go out and display his skills. Therefore, he began to think about the matters between his brothers. Chu Yang was the most at ease, absolutely reliable. Moreover, he was his future brother-in-law. Gu Duxing was the most hardcore. He was the most at ease brother. No matter what happened, as long as he was there, he could be at ease. Dong Wushang was absolutely reliable. He was like an iron bastion, giving people an incomparably safe feeling. If Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were 2 peerless warriors, then GMO and Luo Ku Di were lucky generals. They didn't have to worry about anything. Benefits would fall from the sky and fall on their heads. GMO was indifferent and lazy. Yes, this was a bit of an overestimation of him. In fact, he was just a lazy pig. However, he was loyal and righteous. There was absolutely nothing to doubt about him. Luo Kudi's personality was comical, but he was a sexual lover. Xie Danxiong was steady and generous. Although his looks were average, he was a typical upright gentleman. Rue Butong was unrestrained and unrestrained by the customs of the world. However, overall, he was exceptionally reliable. Ao Xieyun was also at ease now. How could Imo Tianji not be happy? If it were Chu Yang, he probably wouldn't be able to use Imo Tianji's methods in his lifetime. This was also the biggest difference between Chu Yang and Imo Tianji. Imo Tianji always kept himself in the safest environment at all times. Chu Yang, on the other hand, had to roam the world and fight. Danger lurked everywhere. This crisis was resolved 3 days later. When Ao Xieyun was still a little weak, Imo Tianji had already completely recovered. At this moment, the heaven-earth yuan qi that was the size of a small mountain was completely absorbed by the brothers. It was time to come out of seclusion. On this day, the mountain residents suddenly surged. A dragon's roar that seemed to come from the depths of the soul suddenly rang out. "We're going out." Imo Tianji and Gu Duxing stood side by side. Looking at a bright spot in front of the sealed space, they murmured. All the brothers became excited at the same time. The bright spot grew bigger and bigger, slowly turning into a straight passage leading upwards. "Let's go." Chu Yang ran all the way without looking back. He was afraid that once he turned back, he wouldn't be able to leave. When he entered the passage for 3 days, Chu Yang finally turned back. Clouds and mist filled the air. Looking back, there were no iron clouds, only dust and mist. Chu Yang left behind a concern and a heart. He seemed to be dreaming, until he was running through the passage. He also felt like he was in a dream. "So, I have a woman and a child here. I have a concern." He really didn't know what his heart was feeling. Now, Chu Yang began to consider if he returned to the Chu clan. If he saw Mo Qing Wu, how would he feel? Chu Yang sighed and stopped himself from thinking about this matter. Then, he increased his speed. 3 days. In a purple bamboo forest, Chu Yang suddenly popped his head out. Then, he jumped out with a whoosh. The passage beneath him disappeared instantly. Chu Yang took a step out. Only then did he realize that this purple bamboo forest was actually not the passage he went down. Moreover, this purple bamboo forest was actually the purple bamboo forest where he met Imo Qing Wu in his previous life. Isn't this deliberately making me feel bad? Although Chu Yang cursed in his heart, he had to admit that it still evoked the softness in the depths of his heart. He lingered in the purple bamboo forest for an entire morning before he finally left. Shouts came from afar. A group of black-clothed men were fighting with many yellow-clothed men. Chu Yang quickly rushed over. He didn't expect it at all. The first familiar person he saw in 3 days was actually him. He saw a man in green standing on top of a big tree, moving up and down with the branches. His body was also moving up and down. His hands were behind his back, looking at the battlefield. The expression on his face was actually extremely relaxed. The moment Chu Yang rushed out, the man in green's gaze also turned towards him. Then, both of them smiled at the same time. "Duke Yu, brother Yu." Chu Yang directly flashed across 5,000 feet and came in front of Duke Yu. "It's been a long time. It's really been a long time." Duke Yu shook his head and chuckled. "Why did you suddenly appear?" "It's a long story." Chu Yang smiled bitterly and looked at the battlefield. "What's going on?" A small force that doesn't know its place actually wanted to be rude to Alu. They were originally taught a lesson by Alu's bodyguards, but they actually kept pestering. Dukyu said casually, "I've been thinking about something after a long period of silence. I'm here to sharpen my blade and slaughter all these blind things." "Brother Yu, I beg you, spare us." On the battlefield, a person screamed, his face full of tears. "Are you going to destroy the entire Pang family of Mountain Vase just because of a spoiled brat's misdeeds?" Dukyu ignored him and smiled at Chu Yang. "Look, they came to beg for mercy. The Pang clan of Mountain Pot." Chu Yang's heart shook. This clan was the one that besieged Imo Qing Wu and caused her to die. Back then, it was precisely because a playboy in the clan took liberties with Imo Qing Wu and was beaten up by her, forming a grudge. The previous generation of this clan was destroyed by Chu Yang because of Emo Ching Wu. Now, there was no one to take liberties with Emo Ching Wu, but this guy actually took liberties with Jun Lulu? This really made Chu Yang speechless. It seemed that he still had to die how he was supposed to die. I always feel that you guys are a little too lenient on your enemies. Dukyu said in a good mood. If someone offends me, I will definitely kill his whole clan, and I will announce it to the world. This can save a lot of trouble. Killing people can also make me happy. That makes sense. Chu Yang nodded. If the big clans of the upper three heavens offend you, then it will be really troublesome. They can kill until your hands go soft. Get lost. Dukyu shouted angrily. Chapter 12:19. Chu Yang laughed heartily. What he said just now had obviously hit this guy's sore spot. No wonder you're so fearless, TSK. Dukyu looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. So you're already a saint. TSK. Not bad, little one. You've improved so quickly? Of course. Chu Yang puffed out his chest proudly. Torturing you now is just like playing a game. Dukyu laughed. Later, let's have a spar? I'm afraid that I won't be able to explain to Jun Lulu if I beat you to death. Chu Yang was very humble. It's okay. I'll just take it as learning from you. Dukyu winked. Chu Yang looked up suspiciously. He was a little puzzled. This guy looked like a second-stage saint, and he wanted to spar with him? Was he really looking for a beating? Recalling how he was humiliated by Dukyu back then, Minister Chu's pride and anger surged. Okay, when you're done, I'll spar with you. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said. As he spoke, those people from the Pang clan of Mountain Vase had already turned into corpses. The leader of the black-clothed men came back to hand in the order. You guys go back first. I have something to discuss with this boss. Dukyu waved his hand. The black-clothed men answered respectfully. They couldn't help but look up secretly. There weren't many people in these 3 days that Dukyu called this boss. What they saw was a handsome young man in black. At this moment, this young man was nodding and smiling. The young man's carefree attitude and Dukyu's carefree attitude were like two brothers. They were both outstanding and different from the rest. Dukyu said, Let's go. Let's find a place to have a good fight. It's been a long time since I met an opponent above the saint level. I'm really itching for a fight. With a swoosh, the two disappeared at the same time. Only the black-clothed men who had just finished their work were left with their mouths wide open. Their eyes almost popped out. What? Was this young man, who was as handsome as jade and even very quiet and thin, actually a saint-level expert? Black 3, did I hear wrongly? Saint level? One of the black-clothed men turned to look at his companion in a daze. Yes, I think I heard wrongly too. Black 3 said, Dukyu's words can be wrong? Another man said, God. Saint level, in the distance. Mountain range. A single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chu Yang displayed his sword moves in a spirited manner, attacking Dukyu from all directions. Dukyu retreated. Ha. Minister Chu was in high spirits. Brother Yu, I was afraid of hurting you. So, I didn't dare to use my full strength. Dukyu smiled faintly, then go ahead and attack with all your might. It's a good opportunity for me to test my bottom line. Good. Chu Yang shouted, and increased his strength by a bit. Dukyu was still swaying as he tried to resist, just a little more. Chu Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Fuck, did I get cheated again? Now, he had already reached the 3rd grade of Sword Saint. This kind of power was enough to kill a 5th grade martial saint. In the beginning, Dukyu was on the verge of collapsing. Why was he still in such a precarious situation? This fellow could not have improved so quickly, right? Chu Yang let out a long howl, and his long sword rolled out. He used the last 4 moves of the Calamity Sword technique at full force, using the power of soft water. The power of the raging waves, the power of the gigantic waves. They attacked with everything they had. Dukyu let out a long laugh. Watch me. Suddenly, he opened his hands, and with a swoosh, on the ground in front of him, at a speed visible to the naked eye, a swooshing sound was heard. In an instant, It formed a patch of green, enveloping the entire battlefield. Dukyu chuckled and raised his hands. Take this. All the green vines wrapped around Chu Yong as if they had a life of their own. Chu Yong was shocked. He never dreamed that there would be such a strange martial art. With a few swooshing sounds, the calamity sword cut off all the vines, and they fell to the ground. But then, he realized that he was already in a green ocean. And Dukyu's figure. He actually didn't know where he had gone. Only this green ocean that was constantly growing was attacking him furiously. Moreover, the new vines that were growing out were actually full of sharp thorns, and they attacked him like poisonous snakes. After cutting off the vines that fell to the ground, they actually took root again. The more he cut off, the more vines there were. Chu Yong was very surprised. As he slashed with his sword, he said angrily, "What kind of martial art is this?" A green vine in front of him shook and suddenly turned into the appearance of Dukyu. He rushed up silently, and his palms were powerful. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yong was furious. "Watch me cut them all. Dig them out by the roots." This move was indeed effective. The vines that were dug out by the roots had obviously lost their vitality, and they fell to the ground softly. But doing this would cause too much damage to the plane. With a long roar, Dukyu's thin figure rose up. He shouted, "Chu Yong, take this move of mine. 10,000 rivers and mountains. I'm the king of the 8 barren lands." With a long roar, Dukyu's figure spun rapidly in midair and turned into a green shadow. Then, it turned into a green cloud and fell down crazily. Tens of thousands of palm forces and tens of thousands of streams of energy attacked Chu Yong from all directions at this moment. These streams of energy were all different. Some were slanted, some were straight, some were curved, and some were spiraling. All kinds of strange attacks were coming. Fuck. Chu Yong cursed. "You're serious?" 20 moves of the Calamity Sword were unleashed crazily. With a series of bangs, Chu Yong rolled out like a rubber ball. Dukyu's figure retreated slowly. Minister Chu came to a stop and discovered that he couldn't see anything. It turned out that at this moment, he was completely wrapped in layers of plundering vines. From the outside, it looked like a gigantic green ball. "Do you admit defeat?" Dukyu's voice sounded. "I admit defeat. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." Chu Yong admitted defeat quickly. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a strange fighting method. Could it be the secret technique of the elves? With a swoosh, the vines disappeared. Dukyu stood in front of him with his hands behind his back and smiled slightly. "You bastard. You tricked me?" Chu Yong said angrily. "Where did this come from?" Dukyu shook his head. "You said that you wanted to beat me up to vent your anger." Chu Yong sighed. "You've completely absorbed the inheritance of the elves?" Dukyu nodded. "Yes, I've completely awakened the elves' secret technique, bloodline, and divine soul. I've also eaten the heart of earth that had been passed down by my ancestors for hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds." He blinked his eyes. "If I were to reveal it, I'm afraid that I would be beaten to death by the big clans, or be captured and interrogated about the secret technique. Of course, I don't dare to. But now that the Tribulation Sword Master has obtained the 4th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, of course I have to quickly recover my strength." "I see." Chu Yong gritted his teeth. He said hatefully, "You tricked me." Dukyu laughed and then sighed. "It's a pity that the spring of life of the elves has long disappeared. If there was still the spring of life, my strength would be able to improve greatly and reach the level of 3rd or 7th grade Supreme Martial Artist. But now, I'm only at the peak of 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist." Spring of life? Chu Yang's heart moved. "But even if you've recovered the elves' inheritance, you can't improve so quickly, right?" Chu Yang asked doubtfully. "I received the essence of heaven and earth and was only born after tens of thousands of years. Does this period of time not count?" Dukyu rolled his eyes. "Monster!" Chu Yang exclaimed. "How has it been during this period of time?" The two found a forest. Chu Yang chopped down 3 adjacent trees with one palm. Sitting on a wooden stump, Dukyu's eyebrows twitched. "It's all right. Bamboo has been in seclusion. Dukyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Alu and I wanted to ask her to be our witness, but she didn't appear. You're married? Chu Yang was really surprised. No wonder you're different from before when I see you this time. Before Dukyu recovered his elven bloodline, he was a little unhappy. He was still a little unhappy. Why did he think things through after recovering? Dukyu revealed a gentle smile on his face. Since you disappeared at the Lake of Despair, where have you been? Dukyu asked. To the upper three heavens. Chu Yang laughed. What about you? It's just as I expected. Dukyu smiled lightly. I went to the far north wastelands to recover and improve, and then I didn't go anywhere else and focused on accompanying Alu. Haha, I didn't expect brother Dukyu to be such a romantic. Chu Yang joked. Haha, you think too highly of me. Dukyu laughed and said somewhat emotionally, you don't understand matters of the heart? I don't understand. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. My heart is about to be tangled to death by my own feelings. Someone actually said that I don't understand feelings. The two chatted for a while, and Chu Yang was about to leave. When are you going to the upper three heavens? Dukyu asked before leaving. The day when the heavenly passage opens is the day when we kill our way up to the upper three heavens. Chu Yang said lightly. At that time, you can do whatever you want in the upper three heavens. Dukyu's eyes lit up, and he stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the clouds in the sky, and after a long time, he said, All right. The two waved goodbye. Before leaving, Chu Yang gave Dukyu 2 water bottles, and specially said, You can only look at them after I leave, and you have to drink them immediately. But I can't move when I haven't gone far. Dukyu looked at him disdainfully. He was disdainful and agreed with a smile. This little guy is obviously angry that I tricked him just now, and now he wants to pretend to be mysterious and get back at me. Seeing that Chu Yang's figure had already disappeared into the distance, Dukyu smiled. His long sleeves rolled up, and like flowing clouds, he rolled up the 2 water bottles and snorted. Then, he twisted open the lid of one of them. Just as he twisted open the lid, his nose twitched. What a fragrant wine! He raised his head and gulped it down. It's too little, only 2 or 3 mouthfuls. This guy is too stingy, and he's deliberately coveting me. Just as he was thinking about whether he should chase after Chu Yang and ask for some good wine, a hot steam suddenly came out of his dantian, and a powerful force rushed out and integrated into his meridians. The cultivation in his whole body rolled like a raging wave and couldn't be stopped. Chapter 12:20. This is actually spiritual wine. Dukyu was shocked. He hurriedly channeled his energy to guide this sudden, strong cultivation into his meridians. After a while, Dukyu stood up. Looking at the dirt all over his body, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was indeed good stuff. The 3 mouthfuls had increased his cultivation by 300 years. In just an instant, his cultivation had reached the critical point of breaking through to 4th grade supreme martial artist. This was simply unthinkable. Since the wine in this kettle was so amazing, then what was in the other kettle? Dukyu suddenly became extremely curious. He tried to pick it up, open the lid and smell it. Dukyu sat down on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes widened to the maximum. His hands tightly hugged the purple crystal kettle as he groaned, Spring of life. No, it's the spiritual spring of life that's close to evolving to the later stage of the spring of life. Oh my God. He sat there in a daze, but his eyes were filled with unbelievably ecstasy. After a long time, he finally regained his senses. Then, he hurriedly covered it up. He couldn't care less about the stench on his body and chased after Chu Yang. Chu Yang, stop right there. You. Damn you. Where did you find it from? Dukyu's shouts echoed throughout the 3 heavens. Crazy. Chu Yang ran like a gust of wind. He changed his direction and went to the Ao clan. Dukyu shouted all the way, but he ran in the opposite direction. The distance between the 2 parties was getting further and further. This was Chu Yang's intention. I'm in a hurry to reunite with my brothers. Don't make trouble. Otherwise, I'd rather stay and see your shocked expression. It'll definitely be fun. But now, no matter how anxious you are, you're not as anxious as I am. I really don't have much time left. As for why I let Dooku see the spiritual spring, that's because, this guy's cultivation has increased so much. It's really a pity that he's not a top fighter. When Chu Young arrived, he saw that the Ao clan was very lively. Everyone was in a hurry. There seemed to be many guests in the Ao clan. Chu Young grabbed one of them and asked, "What's wrong? Why is it so lively?" This guy was very impatient. "Are you from the three heavens? You don't even know about such a big thing. Such a big matter?" Chu Young was delighted. Could it be that Ao Xieyun and the others have come out of their seclusion? No. The warrior of the Ao clan was very dissatisfied. "Don't you know that the Ao clan master is celebrating his birthday? All the great clans have come to celebrate." "I see." The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "It seems that I've arrived at the right time. It looks like I'm going to get ripped off." At this moment, in the distance, a procession of carriages and horses was approaching with great momentum. A large flag fluttered in the wind. Gu. The Gu family. Did you see that? The young mistress of the Gu clan has personally come. The Ao clan's warrior said proudly. Gu clan's young mistress and eldest miss? Chu Yang was shocked by this title. After a long time, he finally reacted. This is the legendary Gu Miaoling, Gu Duxing's lover. Chu Yang had heard of him for a long time, but this was his first time meeting him. So, he couldn't help but be curious. They saw that the gate of the Ao clan suddenly opened, and someone came out to greet them with quick steps. It was actually a few women, all of them graceful and elegant. The warrior was shocked. The clan master's wife has personally come out to greet them. This is really giving face. Chu Yang coughed. He understood. The Gu clan was a woman, but Ao Tianqing, the clan master, was a man. It wasn't appropriate to greet them. He brought out his wife. Sure enough, the curtains of the Gu clan's carriage were lifted, and a graceful figure appeared. From afar, she quickly stepped forward and bowed. Then, the group of women walked in happily and affectionately. Immediately, on the main road, another procession of carriages came. The Luo clan, Dong clan, Xie clan, Mo clan, and Ji clan came one after another. The Xie clan came to recognize Xie Danqiong's wife and 4 concubines. The Luo clans was Luo Kawu. The Dong clans was Dong Wulei. The Ji clans was of course Ji Zhu. As for the Mo clan, the former clan master came with Mo Tianji's 2 concubines. Chu Yang immediately understood. These brothers were in seclusion here. How could those who had women at home not take care of them? Their loved ones had left and not returned. After not seeing each other for such a long time, who wouldn't miss them? And now, these clans were so close. The clan's experts were secretly protecting them. It was also a good thing to move around more. These women could wait until Ao Tianqing's birthday to discuss and come here. They were already restraining their longing. Chu Yang was a little emotional. Everyone shared the same thought, and their hearts shared the same logic. He was away all year round. Mo Qingwu, Tai Butian, and the rest, weren't they more pitiful than them? At this moment, Chu Yang made a decision. If he was confident in the future, he would try his best to bring them along. If he wasn't, then he must not be away from home for too long. These brothers, basically, those with women came. As for those without women, so, it could only be the men. Chu Yang looked at the warrior in front of him puzzledly. I'm not here to celebrate the birthday. I even grabbed you to ask you all this. Why are you so assured to tell me everything? That warrior looked at him disdainfully, his nose pointing up. Every year, there are many idiots like you. Besides, in the 3 heavens now, who dares to provoke the Ao clan? You want to make trouble? Chu Yang was speechless. At this moment, the Mo clan's team came. In front of the Ao clan's gate, Ao Tianqing was already waiting. Although Mo Xingqian had retired behind the scenes, he was still a figure of the same generation as himself. He had to give him face. After welcoming Mo Xingqian warmly, Ao Tianqing turned around and walked with Mo Xingqian arm in arm. The 2 old foxes didn't really deal with each other, but at this moment, they were friends who had been through life and death. They suddenly became intimate. The 2 walked a few steps. Suddenly, Ao Tianqing made a sound of surprise. He turned around and saw Chu Yang from afar. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He walked over quickly. When that warrior saw the clan master striding over, he was so scared that his legs almost cramped. It's all your fault. All your fault. You pulled me to chat. Now, the clan master saw us. Looks like I can't avoid a beating. Chuyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chuyang, why are you here? Ao Tianqing was extremely surprised. His eyes opened wide. Since you came, why didn't you tell me in advance? I would have come out to welcome you personally. Chuyang smiled and cupped his hands. I didn't know it was Uncle's birthday. I came presumptuously. It's awkward now. What's there to be awkward about? Ao Tianqing grabbed his arm and dragged him away. You came here and didn't even enter the house. You're treating me like an outsider. You're really pissing me off. I'm really pissed off. But his tone was so excited, happy, and intimate. The original warrior was dumbstruck as he watched Chuyang being pulled away from his side by the clan lord. Chuyang? Why does this name sound so familiar? Yes, isn't this the name of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's boss? Could it be that the young man who chatted with him for half a day is the pavilion master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which is second only to the dark bamboo in the upper three heavens? The common boss of his young master and the other young masters, Chuyang. Thinking of this, his legs started to play the pipa. Oh my boss. You're such a big god, but you teased a small shrimp like me for half a day. Now I'm so scared that I'm about to pee in my pants. Ao Tianqing turned around and looked at him fiercely. You doghead. Brother Chuyang came, and you didn't even inform me. You left your important guest out like this? What punishment do you deserve? Go back and receive 800 beatings yourself. 800 beatings? The warrior's legs went soft, and he knelt down. Those people in the clan's disciplinary hall could beat a martial king to death with just 8 beatings. 800 beatings. They could really beat him up. Forget it. He doesn't know either. It's all thanks to him for introducing me. Chuyang smiled. This person has done a good deed. Good deed. Good. Ao Tianqing laughed. Get up. Brother Chuyang said that you have done a good deed. Go to the accounts room and receive 800 taels of silver. It's your reward. The warrior was dizzy and confused for a moment. The 800 beatings were about to hit him a moment ago. The next moment, it became a reward of 800 taels of silver. This experience of going straight from hell to heaven made the warrior's mind unable to process for a long time. On the other side, Ao Tianqing had already pulled Chuyang away affectionately. This was the first time Imo Xingqian saw Chuyang. When Chuyang arrived at the Imo clan, Imo Xingqian was extremely frustrated. He was in seclusion and didn't see anyone, leaving everything to Imo Tianji. Naturally, he didn't see him. Uncle Imo, Chuyang smiled affectionately and took the initiative to greet him. No matter what happened in the past, this guy was Imo Qingwu's biological father after all, his future father-in-law. At this moment, it was necessary to leave a good impression. As expected, Imo Xingqian was overwhelmed by this unexpected favor and laughed out loud with a guilty conscience. You are Chuyang? Ha ha ha. You are indeed a talent. You are indeed a young hero. You live up to your reputation. You live up to your reputation. Chuyang smiled modestly. You flatter me. Imo Xingqian sized him up affectionately. Of course, he knew that Chuyang was the person his daughter, Imo Qingwu, cared about. Thinking of the past, he was a little embarrassed and tried to find something to talk about. Brother Chuyang, do you have a wife? Chuyang was stunned. What do you mean by this? If you haven't found a wife, I still have a daughter who hasn't married yet. Imo Xingqian laughed. When the time comes, you can interact more. Haha. Ao Tianqing at the side twitched his mouth. This old guy. Wishful thinking. You don't know that the last time Chuyang came, this old man mentioned this problem before, but I was mercilessly rejected. Now, I'll wait for you to be rejected. Chuyang's eyes lit up. What is your daughter's name? Imo Xingqian laughed. You know my daughter too. Her name is Qingwu. If Brother Chuyang is interested, my daughter is now 14 years old. She is beautiful and cute and is learning from her master. Recommend the new novel, The Unparalleled Tang Sect by the third young master of the Tang clan. Cough cough. I don't need to introduce who the author is, right? Naturally, I don't need to introduce either. This is a golden signboard. Everyone can read it without worry. Chapter 12:21. When Emo Xingqian said this, he suddenly shut his mouth. The expression on his face was very interesting. Only then did he remember that his daughter's masters were Ning Tianya and Bu Lu Qing. Marriage, as her father, can I make the decision? Instantly, he felt awkward. However, Chu Yang said embarrassedly, cough cough. Yes, I still want to keep my chastity. I don't have any thoughts of family background. Since Uncle Emo has such good intentions, I have long had such intentions. I will agree. Emo Xingqian choked. After a while, he started coughing violently. Ao Tianxing also choked. He was stunned for a while before he started coughing violently. Brother Chu, you must be joking. The two clan heads laughed dryly and said at the same time, I'm not joking. Chu Yang said seriously. Emo Xingqian was stunned. Fuck. Didn't I just slip up and say something wrong? Why did you insist? What a beast. My daughter is only 14 years old. You've been thinking about her since 4 or 5 years ago. Ao Tianxing was stunned. Fuck. No wonder you were indifferent when I introduced you to girls. So you like the 60s. Damn, you're a beast. The reception hall was already full of people. The two clan heads sent Chu Yang in and turned to leave. They even left in a sorry state. Chu Yang was a little surprised. This old man, is he playing with me? He said he would introduce his daughter to me. Why did he have such a reaction when I said I wanted her? This is simply, Chu Yang. There was a surprised shout. Chu Yang looked up. He saw Jiju standing up and waving at him. This shout of Chu Yang seemed to have a mysterious power. The noisy hall quietened down. Who in the three heavens didn't know Chu Yang? Chu Yang was a legend. When he was still in the three heavens, not many people knew about him. Only a few clans knew about him. However, after he disappeared, his fame suddenly skyrocketed. A few brothers used Chu Yang's name to bring glory to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Gradually, it became the second biggest power in the three heavens. Today, who didn't know that the mysterious leader of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was called Chu Yang? When I was in Jianghu, I was a nobody. When I'm not in Jianghu, Jianghu is full of legends about me. This extremely pretentious phrase was perfectly interpreted by Chu Yang with his own experience. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and walked in. This was great. She had truly become a heart. So many orioles and swallows, so many pairs of beautiful eyes were all focused on his face. Even Minister Chu, who was used to seeing great winds and waves, couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. Hello, Big Brother Chu. A young girl stood before him. Zhang respectfully bowed to him. I am here on behalf of Duxing. Greetings to Big Brother. At the same time, I would like to thank Big Brother for your gift, allowing Miao Ling to avoid the suffering of the cold poison in Horn Dragon Cave. It was Gu Miao Ling. Although Gu Duxing wasn't around, she was still his wife. Although they had yet to get married, Gu Miao Ling felt that she should thank Chu Yang on behalf of her family when he appeared. Gu Duxing was actually older than Chu Yang. But when they became sworn brothers, Chu Yang was the big brother. Chu Yang smiled warmly, sister-in-law, you don't have to be so polite. Du Xing and I have gone through life and death together. When have we ever made any distinctions between each other? No matter what I did, it's what I should do. As he said, he casually took out a piece of mysterious yang jade and handed it over. This is the first time I see you, so I didn't prepare anything. Sister-in-law's body is cold, so I'll give you a piece of mysterious yang jade to warm your body. Gu Miaoling blushed. Thank you, big brother. She received it. It was warm to the touch, and she immediately felt refreshed. She knew that it was a priceless treasure. She was even more grateful and surprised in her heart. This big brother's eyes are really sharp. He actually saw that the cold poison in my body hasn't been completely expelled at a glance. This piece of jade is really a gift. Big brother Chu, you gave Miao Ling a piece of jade, but I don't know what you're giving me? A very heroic voice sounded from the side. Chu Yang looked back and saw that this person had a stocky build and was 8 feet tall. He stood like a lofty mountain and sat like the earth. He walked like a tiger, like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring, like a magnificent army. It was truly a big and burly, female. It was Jimo's beloved, Huyan Alba, Miss Huyan, whose name shook the three heavens. Even among Chu Yang and his brother, her name was like thunder. Cough, cough. So it's you, sister-in-law. Chu Yang rubbed his nose. Since he was prepared to be taken advantage of, then he should be prepared to be taken advantage of. He hurriedly took out a piece of mysterious jade and handed it over. Cough, cough. Sister-in-law, there's nothing wrong with your body. This piece of jade is for you to play with. The real use of this piece of jade was that its cold aura was stronger. If Huyan Alba wore it all year round, it might be able to disperse some of the masculine aura in her body. But how could Chu Yang dare to say this sentence out loud? Huyan Alba was overjoyed. She took it and put it in her arms. Her whole body immediately felt cool and comfortable. She beamed with delight and thanked him. She stretched out her hand, and a dignified young woman was pulled out by him. Huyan Alba said, "Big brother Chu, this is Xie Danqiong's wife. This little sister is shy. I've asked for a greeting gift on her behalf." Xie Danqiong's wife was obviously a well-bred young lady. She was really good-looking. She was so shy that she didn't know where to put her hands. "Hello, big brother." Her voice was not much louder than a mosquito. Cough, cough. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Yang hurriedly took out another piece of mysterious yang jade. You gave them warm ones. Why did you give me cold ones? Huyan Alba asked discontentedly. Cough, cough. Their physiques are weak and they need warmth. But you, obviously don't need it. Chu Yang's forehead was sweating. Jimo's wife was really awesome. She was indeed not inferior to men. This sentence made Dong Wu Lei, Luo Ku Wu, and the others laugh secretly. But they heard Huyan Alba say casually, "It's just that I'm a little sturdier." Actually, they can do it too. They just need to eat more. Chu Yang's face twitched. Yes, you're right. Minister Chu's face didn't change when facing thousands of soldiers. King of Hell Chu's eyes didn't blink when he slaughtered thousands of people. But now, facing his brother's wife, he was really convinced. You pass. Huyan Alba laughed. But Xie Danqiong's 4 wives are also here. Hey, you 4, quickly come up and greet your big brother. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This family. Fortunately, I have a lot of mysterious yang jade. Otherwise, I would have gone bankrupt here. The jade given to Xie Danqiong's concubines naturally couldn't be the same size as the one given to his wife. So, Chu Yang was careful. The jade given to the 4 women were half the size. Sure enough, Xie Danqiong's wife's eyes revealed a very warm and satisfied look. Women getting along with women was a study. However, the relationship between a man and his brother's women was also a great learning. Fortunately, Minister Chu had done some research. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to pass this stage. And these are Mo Tianji's 2 wives. Huyan Alba was like a big shot in the management of affairs. Looking at her attitude today, if Chu Yang didn't beg for mercy, she would really be upset. But Minister Chu was rich now. He smiled and casually gave each of them a piece of mysterious yang jade. His expression didn't change, but he didn't know that his heart was already boiling. This Mo Tianji is really not a good person. Look at his 2 concubines. Neither of them is more than 17 years old. They have actually been with him for so many years. What a beast. Chu Yang cursed angrily in his heart, but his face was amiable. This is Ao Xie Yun's wife. This is their house. Huyan Alba continued to introduce. Chu Yang made up his mind and gave a big gift. Ao Xie Yun's wife and concubines. Mother, grandmother, each of them was given a piece of jade. Everyone was happy. Fortunately, the sword spirit was dormant now. If it was still awake and saw Chu Yang's prodigal behavior, it would definitely vomit blood on the spot. The group of women exchanged greetings and received greeting gifts. Then, they went back contentedly. Jiju, Luo Ku Wu, and Dong Wu Lei came up with flattering smiles. Ha ha ha, Brother Chu, we are old friends. This greeting gift, get lost. Before they finished speaking, Chu Yang had already roared. His long-suppressed anger finally found an outlet here. It's fine if those younger than me come to find me, but all of you are older than me, and you actually want a greeting gift from me? Fuck. How can you be so shameless? Everyone was stunned. They never thought that this guy would turn hostile. Chu Yang stretched out his hands and put them under the noses of the three people. Three big brothers, your younger brothers and I have been through life and death together. It's my honor to meet you today. Come, come, come. Give me a greeting gift. The three of them were instantly stunned. You were so happy to give out greeting gifts, but when it was our turn, you were the one who stretched out your hands? Where do we have greeting gifts for you? The three young patriarchs rolled their eyes and sat back down resentfully. Chu Yang didn't give up and went forward to ask for greeting gifts. Suddenly, there was chaos in the hall. The women who received greeting gifts covered their mouths and laughed. Looking at this big brother Chu Yang who suddenly appeared, everyone felt that this sworn brother of their husbands was really a good person. If such an evaluation fell into the ears of Chu Yang's enemies, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. If the millions of souls in the battle that decided the outcome of the lower three heavens heard this, they would definitely crawl out of hell to settle the score with these few women. Good person? Have you seen a good person who could bury millions of soldiers in one battle? The atmosphere in the hall became lively. It had to be said that although the hall was lively, there were indeed more women. Chu Yang, Dong Wulei and the others were tied up inside. Finally, under Ji Zhu's suggestion, the four of them found a small room and started gambling. After a long while, Minister Chu proudly walked out with a pile of clothes and threw them into the cesspool. Then, he chatted and laughed with Ao Tianqing as if nothing had happened. Ao Tianqing waited for a long time but didn't see the other three come out. He wanted to go in and take a look, but the three inside desperately blocked the door. It turned out that under Minister Chu's superb gambling skills, not only did these three young masters lose all their belongings, they also lost all their clothes in the end. After Chu Yang won, everyone thought that he was joking. They didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless as to throw their clothes into the cesspool. Outside was a group of women in the hall. At this moment, the three dukes even had the heart to die. At this moment, a loud explosion was suddenly heard from outside. All the buildings of the Ao clan started to shake. Ao Tianqing was shocked, but then he was delighted. He stood up abruptly. The sound came from the direction of their seclusion. Are they finally out? Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 12:22. Before Ao Tianqing's voice died away, Chu Yang was already gone. Ladies, stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. The ladies wanted to rush out, but when they heard Chu Yang's words, they stopped in their tracks. No matter what, they had to give face to this boss. Chu Yang's voice came from outside the door. Men, come out. Super alert. With a shout, the men in the hall ran out like a swarm of bees. When they heard these two sentences, the three naked dukes wanted to chop Chu Yang into pieces on the spot. You don't have to be so mischievous, do you? Under such circumstances, you actually left all the ladies behind and took all the men away? You don't want us to live anymore. Ao Tianqing was excited and wanted to go out, but he heard someone screaming in the small room. Clanmaster Ao, Uncle Ao Shiji, help us. Ao Tianqing was already in a fervent mood. How could he care about them? What's more, when I wanted to go in, you blocked the door and begged me not to go in. Now you want me to help? Help my ass. No way. Clanmaster Ao went out confidently. The three dukes wanted to cry but had no tears. Dong Wulei and Luo Kuwu turned to look at Ji Zhu, as if they were about to spit fire. It's all this guy's fault. Just now, he was discussing with the two of us to cheat and get something good from Chu Yang. Now it's great. We didn't win anything good from Chu Yang, and we don't have anything good left. And we don't even have clothes. It's all your fault. Your rotten idea. The two dukes shrank behind the table and blamed Ji Zhu angrily. Ji Zhu moved a chair to the door and sat cross-legged on the chair with his back against the door. His posture was bold and unrestrained. He spread his hands. How would I know this little gambling skill is so good? The three of us were defeated even when we worked together. Besides, I'm no exception. Didn't I get stripped naked too? Luo Kuwu and Dong Wulei wanted to cry but had no tears. You were stripped naked too, but why are you so stinky? The smell of Ji Zhu's stinky feet became stronger and stronger in this small enclosed room. The two dukes covered their noses. They couldn't help it. There were women outside, and the window was closed by the three of them. Dong Wulei and Luoku Wu felt that they could die of shame. How many days have you not washed your feet or bathed? Dong Wulei angrily asked Jizhu. Jizhu scratched his head and thought for a moment. Just a few days ago. I washed it last month. Luoku Wu and Dong Wulei had a wonderful expression on their faces. Today was the 28th day of the month. You actually washed it last month? At this moment, the two dukes felt like they had nothing left to live for. There were only women outside. Moreover, they were all women whom he could not afford to offend. Yet, he was stripped naked and locked in a room. This was undoubtedly a very frightening thing. But what was even scarier was that there was a man in this room who hadn't bathed or washed his feet for at least 28 days. What do we do now? The Luoku Wu monkey was below the window. Only the upper part of its neck was above the window, greedily breathing in the air through the window. We can only wait. Dong Wulei did the same action as him, and said in a voice that was almost suffocating. Your butts are quite perky. Jizhu, who was at the door, shook his feet. The two retched and turned to look at Jizhu murderously. Just you wait. When this is over, if we don't kill you, you can count yourself lucky. I'm so scared. Jizhu's posture was bold as he crossed his legs, and he let out a strange cry. In front of the back mountain of the Ao clan, Chu Yang stood there quietly. The expression on his face was a little excited. In front of him was the huge passage that he had created with his fist. At this moment, in the belly of the mountain, loud rumbling noises were constantly coming out. One after another, clear dragon roars could be heard, shaking the air. The whole sky was filled with the roars of dragons and tigers. The entire mountain was trembling. More and more people gathered here. Chu Yang stood upright, standing at the front. Brothers, you are finally coming out. Long time no see. The rumbling noises continued. Chu Yang had a warm smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with memories. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his heart. But what he thought of were some trivial matters. He still remembered that when Gu Duxing had provoked him, GMO had said, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? The loser is the underling. At that moment, deep in GMO's eyes, there was no competitiveness. There was only a warmth of acknowledgement. He still remembered that time when he had fought against the Golden Horse Riders Department. GMO had insisted on following him to watch the show. He didn't say that he was going to help him, but he insisted on watching the show, because he knew that he was still weak at that time. When facing a strong enemy, it was hard to say whether he would live or die. He still remembered that time, in the land of heavy snow, when the brothers faced the fourth uncle who hadn't revealed his identity at that time, who was countless times stronger than them. They didn't retreat an inch. They didn't give an inch. He still remembered that time in Great Zhao. The brothers had laughed. Boss, it was easy. Easy? Behind this easy sentence, how many dangers were there that nearly cost their lives? He still remembered that Gu Duxing had said coldly, as long as you charge, I will go. He still remembered that time when he had blocked the saber for Dong Wushang. The moment Dong Wushang turned his head and saw him bleeding, he had a hysterical and violent look in his eyes. He still remembered that Mo Tianji had looked out of the window indifferently and had said indifferently, I am willing to accompany you in a bloody battle in this life. At that moment, Mo Tianji's eyes had been filled with fighting spirit. He still remembered that time in the battle in the far north wastelands. The brothers had all been injured. They had all huddled together, but each of them had fought for a place to cool off at the entrance of the cave. He still remembered that Rue Butong had smiled mischievously, I am not afraid of death. I won't die. What are you worried about? Do I really not know that kind of despair and fear every time I die? He still remembered that Xiedin Xiong had looked at him warmly and grabbed his arm with one hand. Brother, I will accompany you in a bloody battle in Jianghu. He still remembered that Ao Xiaoyan had said enviously, it is good to have such a brother. Then, he had joined without hesitation. He still remembered. Every time Tandon had seen him after a long separation, he would ask, Chu Yang, look, am I handsome? These bastards. These bastards. Chu Yang smiled faintly. At that time, the situation had changed. The Ao clan had internal strife. The brothers were in danger. In just a few days, All the brothers gathered together as fast as they could. Luo Kudi had been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. But at that time, he had rushed over in time with his scarred body. Even though he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand when he had rushed over, he had still rushed over in the face of life and death. If we had won, if we had survived, I would have been with my brothers. If we had lost, if we had died, I would have been with my brothers. It was that simple. When the brothers had gathered together, they had faced the powerful enemies of the three heavens with their chests held high. They had felt warmth and pride in their hearts. Such brothers, brothers who had gone through life and death together. Who in the world had it? Me. Chu Yang believed that at that moment of life and death, everyone must have faced life and death with such pride in their hearts. Because, in this world of indifferent friendship, filled with deceit and betrayal, even when most people doubted this kind of sincere friendship, we trusted each other so much. We trusted our backs to our brothers so confidently. We are so proud. When we are together, we can defy the heavens. Chu Yang's heart was rapidly replaying the time he had spent with his brothers at this moment. The rumbling sound was getting louder and louder. It was the sound of a dragon's roar. It was getting more and more shocking. Then, all the vibrations, all the sounds. Suddenly, they all disappeared at the same time. There was a faint sound coming from afar. Chu Yang smiled. An exaggerated voice said, "Oh, whoa, what the heck?" Such a long passageway actually appeared here. Another voice said calmly, "It's strange. I didn't discover it before." Another voice said thoughtfully, "What's strange about a passageway? But this passageway gives me the feeling that it was punched out by someone." Then, a voice suddenly shouted, "What the heck? Dog ant. Just one punch. How thick is that punch?" An angry voice said coldly, "Shut up. Can't you be quieter? You need to be taught a lesson." A few voices hissed together, "Hey, second brother Gu, you were already very annoying inside. Now that you're out, you're still so annoying." A cold voice said coldly, "Say that again?" There was complete silence. After a long time, a flattering voice said, "Second brother, you're still so powerful." A few voices said together, "I really can't stand it. This little wolf is too disgusting. Every day, he flatters second brother Gu." That voice said sadly, "What can I do? If I don't flatter him, I'll get beaten up." A burst of laughter. A calm voice said, "Don't talk first. We're going out soon. We've been inside for a long time. It's better if it's night outside. But if it's daytime, we'll definitely encounter strong light. If we're not careful, our eyes will be ruined. So, from now on, close your eyes and feel the light." A voice said disapprovingly, "Never heard of it." A few voices roared together, "Just close your eyes when we tell you to. Do you believe that we'll beat you until you lose control of your bladder? Fuck, you only know how to threaten. Damn it, you're just saying it. Actually, I've already closed my eyes. Do you think I'm as stupid as you guys?" It was clearly someone who was beaten up. Someone at the side commented, "I really admire this guy. If he doesn't get beaten up for a day, he'll be extremely depressed." Another voice concluded fiercely, "Despicable. This guy is despicable." "Bastard. Who are you talking about? You bastard who doesn't know how to respect the elders. You? How are you old and virtuous? I haven't eaten for a long time. Don't make me vomit." Then, the two of them started to quarrel. The few of them continued to bicker as they walked out. Chu Yang smiled, turned around, and gestured for them to keep quiet. Everyone nodded in understanding. Just as the people inside said, if they suddenly came out and saw strong light, their eyes that had been in the dark for a long time would probably not be able to take it. At this moment, among the people waiting, if anyone made a sound and was heard, they would open their eyes in surprise and joy. The consequences would be unimaginable. It was just past noon. The light was still very strong. The dark and gloomy December had arrived. We're here too. Chapter 12:23. I'm going to take a bath. Ao Xieyun was in his own house and was surrounded by familiar faces. He couldn't take it anymore. With a loud roar, He took the lead to cover his crotch and dashed away. Wait for me. The brothers hurriedly followed behind. Some covered their faces, some covered their buttocks. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared without a trace, leaving only one sentence, "Boss, don't run. We'll come back to settle the score with you." Chu Yang touched his nose. There was a comfortable smile on his face, but he said angrily, "How impudent. As little brothers, you actually dare to settle the score with boss." A burst of laughter came from beside him. After a long time in the hall, following a commotion, everyone looked over expectantly. A young man with wet hair and brand-new clothes walked into the hall with his head held high. Instantly, there was a burst of screams and the hall became chaotic. The army of women moved out at the same time. Some cried, some screamed, some cried tears of joy, some cried silently, some looked at each other with infatuation. In an instant, Ao Xieyun, Xie Danqiong, Imo Tianji, Gu Duxing, and GMO were all in the arms of beauties. Chu Yang watched with a smile at the side. This was their time. They needed to vent their yearning for more than a year at this moment. Among the brothers, only Luo Kadi didn't have beauties. He walked to Chu Yang's side and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Despicable. Truly despicable. Even heroes have a weakness for beauties. Look at these guys, cuddling with beauties, how despicable. Chu Yang snorted and was about to speak when he saw Luo Kadi suddenly burst into laughter. When Chu Yang saw this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. He saw Huyan Albua striding over majestically and grabbing GMO. She punched him and scolded, "GMO, little thief, you really want to die." Bang! Another kick landed on GMO's back, and he fell to the ground. Then, he was picked up again. His feet were off the ground and he was actually laughing. "Albua, mother, I missed you so much." Huyan Albua's eyes reddened and tears almost flowed out. She scolded, "I didn't miss you." But she still hugged GMO in her arms. GMO was in Huyan Albua's arms like a little bird. Miss Huyan was obviously very happy, shouting, jumping, and scolding. However, when she jumped, she took GMO with her. This scene was like a mother with a large body bringing along her child who had yet to reach adulthood. Chu Yang was speechless. Luo Kadi laughed so hard that he staggered to the left and right. He held his stomach and cried out in pain. After venting their excitement, everyone began to whisper to each other in a group. Everyone tactfully retreated, and Gu Duxing and the others, under the guidance of the servants and maids, were also leading their loved ones into the small courtyards that had been prepared for them. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. In the blink of an eye, there were only two people left in the bustling hall. Chu Yang, Luo Kadi. "Boss, if they're all gone, what are we going to do?" Luo Kadi was a little envious. "Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have also found one. Back then, there were so many beautiful ladies chasing after me. I didn't even look at any of them." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "You have a very important mission." Luo Kadi's eyes lit up. "What mission?" Chu Yang led him. They came to the door of a small room. First, they cocked their ears and listened. Then, they pointed to the door and said, "Little wolf, there's a gift that I've prepared for you for a long time inside. You just have to open the door and you'll get it. Take note, this is for you alone. Don't let anyone else see it. Otherwise, they'll say that I'm being unfair." Luo Kadi nodded repeatedly. He was so excited that his little face was red. "Don't worry, boss. I won't say it even if you beat me to death." Chu Yang nodded and whispered mysteriously, "Go and open the door. Brother, you'll get a surprise that you've never had in your life." Luo Kadi immediately became excited. His eyes shone like a wolf's. "Who's the boss?" "Yes, this is the Tribulation Sword Master. How can the gift that he wants to give me be weak?" Luo Kadi rubbed his hands and felt that his palms were a little hot. He smiled slyly and walked to the door sneakily. He even looked around carefully. Yes, there's no one. It's time to receive the gift. Ha ha ha. He pushed the door open. Yes, the door didn't open. He pushed again, but it still didn't open. Luo Kadi scratched his head and pushed the door again. There was actually someone inside holding the door open. Luo Kadi was instantly enraged. What the fuck? This is a gift from the boss. Who beat me to it? Anger rose in his heart. Second Master Luo roared, "Motherfucker!" He gave a flying kick. With a bang, the whole door was kicked into pieces. Luo Kadi stepped in and roared, "Who dares to touch my things?" Then, he suddenly became dumbfounded and stood there like a puppet. In front of him, his big brother Luo Kawu and Dong Wule of the Dong clan were looking at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. He looked down. What? These two bosses were actually completely naked? Luo Kadi was stunned. Then, his eyes widened. He turned around and saw that Chu Yang was no longer behind him. Luo Kadi was instantly in a tragic situation. His fingers trembled and his face turned green. "You, what are you doing?" He saw that the two of them were actually closing in on him with gritted teeth. Luo Kadi retreated continuously. He roared angrily, "Luo Kawu, aren't so many beautiful wives and concubines enough for you to play with? Why do you have to play with men? And with big brother Dong Wule?" He hadn't finished speaking when the two opposite rushed over at the speed of the wind. The anger and astonishment on their faces turned into horror in an instant. She covered his mouth with her hand. "My dear master, your loud voice is really going to scare me to death. Woo woo. Let go of me." Luo Kadi was terrified. I don't like this." Dong Wule and Luo Kawu were speechless. A groan came from the ground. Luo Kadi looked down and saw a naked fat man. It was Jiju. Luo Kadi fainted. He shook his head and said dizzily, "The three of you? Play together?" He hadn't finished speaking when the three opposite rushed over like wolves and tigers. They pressed this abominable guy to the ground and beat him up. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. After a long time, Luo Kadi's clothes were stripped off. Luo Kawu put on the clothes without hesitation and then sneaked out. After a while, he found a few sets of clothes and put them on. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I want to go back and tell father." Luo Kadi shouted miserably. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "You actually like men, bastard. You're the one who likes men." He had just finished speaking. Another round of beating. After a long time, Luo Kadi, who had been separated for a long time, was beaten up until he looked like a pig head. You. Chu Yang. What kind of boss did you recognize?" Luo Kawu said with grief and indignation. His whole body trembled and his fingers trembled. He didn't finish speaking in the end. The three archdukes left stealthily as if they were flying. Luo Kadi lay on the ground, confused. What is going on? After a long time, he reacted. Fuck. Luo Kawu. Big brother. You should also bring me some clothes. Boss. The surprise you gave me this time is really unbearable. When Luo Kadi wrapped himself in curtains and sneaked out, he bumped into a group of maids carrying dishes and cutlery. They were walking towards him in a single file. When they bumped into each other, Luo Kadi's face immediately turned pale. The maids exclaimed and the cutlery fell to the ground. The ladies widened their bright and beautiful eyes in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Luo Kadi was in for a tragedy, because a rumor immediately spread in the Ao clan. Do you know Luo Ergong who just came out of seclusion? Yes, why? You only know now. This second master Luo likes to run around naked. Who's Luo been? Ayaya. Streaking. It means running in public without any clothes. Ah, there's such a thing? Come. Let me tell you in detail. This matter happened in Thai. Okay. That night, the Ao clan held a grand banquet. They entertained the guests. The female guests weren't in the hall. There were other seats. But the male guests were also clearly separated. The dukes sat at their own table. Chu Yang and the other brothers sat at the same table. They didn't interact with each other at all. That night, they drank and ate to their heart's content. Only second master Luo shocked the other brothers. What's going on? How did you get beaten up to this state when you just came out? Second master Luo's heart was filled with bitterness. He was angry but didn't dare to speak. Under the threatening gazes of the three dukes beside him, he didn't dare to utter a single word. Haha. When we're full, let's have a bet with the three big brothers. Chu Yang laughed heartily. A little bet is good for the mood. Yes. My big brother likes this the most. GMO fanned the flames. I bet that you definitely won't win. Mo Tianji added fuel to the fire. But when the three dukes heard the word bet, they shuddered at the same time. They pretended not to hear it all and turned their faces away. The corners of their mouths twitched. At this moment, the three dukes swore at the same time. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't bet. Bet with you? Not only do I have nothing better to do, I also have masochistic tendencies. Chu Yang's provocation came to nothing. This made the brothers, who were very familiar with the three dukes, extremely surprised. Only Chu Yang laughed so hard that he fell over. After the meal, the three dukes left as if they were fleeing for their lives. Only then did Chu Yang and the other brothers ask questions. Chu Yang glanced sideways and saw that there were still many people in the hall. On the surface, they looked serious, but all of them were listening attentively. Therefore, Chu Yang leisurely told him about the gambling match. He deliberately lowered his voice. At this volume, ordinary people definitely couldn't hear him. But who in this hall was an ordinary person? Instantly, everyone heard him. Instantly, the entire hall burst into laughter. Some people held their stomachs and squatted on the ground, crying out in pain. As for GMO, Luo Kudi and the others, they even slapped the table and laughed. They were so happy that they wanted to worship their big brother's brilliance on the spot. He really helped his brothers vent their anger. Chapter 12:24. It was already late at night. In Chu Yang's room, the seven brothers were all gathered together. After being apart for more than a year, this was the first time they were all alone together. They couldn't help but feel a little excited. All of them actually felt as if a lifetime had passed. Feeling this atmosphere, no one made a sound. All of them only felt waves of heat rolling in their hearts. Even Luo Kadi and GMO, who were the most talkative, kept their mouths shut. Sometimes, they would squirm a little, and then quickly shut it again. All of you have changed. Chu Yang looked at his brothers with some emotion. All of you have slimmed down a little. However, you look full of energy. You must have improved a lot during this seclusion, right? Mo Tianji smiled very reservedly. It's all right. At least, we didn't disappoint you. Even Mo Tianji, who had always been reserved and steady, said this. It was clear that they had indeed benefited a lot from this seclusion. Oh, tell me about it. Chu Yang asked with great interest. Everyone looked at Gu Duxing. No matter how one counted, it should start with Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing coughed and said, this seclusion was all thanks to Xie Yun's divine dragon treasure. There were unimaginable good things inside. That allowed us to improve so quickly. Yes, I am currently a sword supremacy, first grade. He raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but feel proud. From sword sovereign to supreme martial artist in more than a year. This was an unprecedented speed. Therefore, even with Gu Duxing's indifference, he couldn't help but feel like he was presenting a treasure. The first person to speak gave Chu Yang a fright. Sword supremacy, first grade. This kind of strength was also one of the top in the upper three heavens. It was enough to kill an ordinary third-grade supreme martial artist without too much damage to himself. How could there be such a huge improvement? It was only a little more than a year. Chu Yang suddenly thought of Dukyu. Dukyu had activated the elf bloodline. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds all of a sudden to an astonishing level. Could it be that the divine dragon treasure opened by his brothers was actually similar to that of the elf race? If that was the case, then it was understandable. Supreme martial artist, first grade. GMO was the second to speak. His face was full of pride and arrogance. He almost wanted someone to kick him. Supreme martial artist, first grade. Ao Sheyun nodded slowly. He was very graceful and elegant. Me too, supreme martial artist. First rank. Luo Kadi touched the bruises on his face. His eyebrows were raised high. His eyebrows seemed to be dancing, looking very spirited. When Chu Yang saw Luo Kudi's eyebrows at this moment, he even had the misconception that he was looking at Tantan. Me too. Xie Danxiong smiled reservedly. Cough, cough. Mo Tianji coughed a few times. I haven't arrived yet. I'm only at the peak of saint level. After all, Mo Tianji wasn't the main fighting force. It was already very surprising that he was at the peak of the saint level. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. That's great. Everyone was overjoyed. They finally got to see their boss's shocked expression. This feeling was simply too great. In an instant, the brothers all felt that this 1 year of darkness was really worth it. It was so worth it. To be able to see such an expression on Chu Yang's face, even if he had to add another year, he would gladly accept it. Mo Tianji said calmly, the biggest contributor to this upgrade is Ao Xieyun. Xieyun offered up the dragon race's treasures and shared them with his brothers. If it was just him alone, this energy would be enough for him to break through to 8th grade supreme martial artist and above. Ao Xieyun hurriedly waved his hands. Tianji, what you said is really boring. I especially don't like to hear it. Chu Yang laughed. He understood what Mo Tianji meant. On the surface, it was just a polite greeting. In reality, it was just to point out Ao Xieyun's achievement so that Chu Yang, the boss, would know what to do. After all, when a big clan was established in the future, there would still be a ranking among the big clans. And this ranking would be based on which of the brothers contributed the most. It would be a ranking that everyone was sincerely convinced of. Mo Tianji had thought far ahead and had already planned that. Furthermore, from the tone of Ao Xieyun's words, Chu Yang knew these brothers had already completely merged together. He couldn't help but feel very happy. The brothers all talked at once and recounted what had happened in the secret chamber. Chu Yang listened with great interest, especially the few times Luo Ku and GMO fooled around. It made Chu Yang laugh heartily. Mo Tianji was also all smiles. He was in a particularly good mood. Seeing that Chu Yang had returned, Mo Tianji seemed to have put down a heavy burden. His whole body relaxed. He knew that if Chu Yang didn't come back, sooner or later, this group would disperse. And when it did, no matter what he had done, he would be the most unforgivable person. Because he had fabricated a lot of information. That was why it had been maintained until now. Now that Chu Yang had returned, whether Mo Tianji's information was fabricated or true, it was no longer important. What was important was that there was a core. When everyone finished talking, it was already midnight. Boss, what have you been doing all this time? GMO moved forward. Don't just let us talk. You talk too. Chu Yang smiled warmly. There are indeed a few things that I want to tell everyone. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. The brothers all became serious. That day, I was at the bottom of the lake of despair. Then, I went to the upper 3 heavens. After that, Chu Yang spoke slowly and methodically. As Chu Yang spoke, everyone's expressions also changed. Sometimes, they cheered loudly. Sometimes, they looked serious. Sometimes, they looked fascinated. They really didn't expect that their boss had experienced so many interesting things during this period of time. It was really a pity that they had missed out on all these things. When Chu Yang talked about Dong Wushang and Rui Butong, everyone's emotions were obviously high. How is Wushang now? GMO puffed out his chest. Can he beat me? Wushang. If I'm not wrong, he should have broken through to saber supremacy at this time. Chu Yang looked at GMO meaningfully. You can spar with him. Everyone laughed. GMO was only an ordinary first-grade supreme martial artist now. If he fought with a first-grade saber supremacy, how could it be called a spar? It would be pure torture. GMO's face turned bitter. He said dejectedly, this bastard's progress is so fast. I'm really disappointed. Then now, is it really the sound of dragons and phoenixes? Mo Tianji said thoughtfully. That's right. Chu Yang said, Xieyun is the successor of the dragon race and has the bloodline of the divine dragon. Butong is the successor of the phoenix race and has the bloodline of the phoenix. 2 truly amazing characters have appeared in our brother's home. Luo Kadi snorted and said disdainfully, they're just a loach and a bird. Ao Xieyun pounced over angrily, and the 2 of them wrestled. After he finished talking about Chu Yang's experience in the upper 3 heavens, the brothers sat quietly and didn't move at all. Now, I want to tell you the second thing. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, it's a big secret about me and us. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads at the same time. As if they had guessed what Chu Yang was going to say, everyone's eyes lit up. Maybe everyone is wondering why my strength can improve so fast. Why do I have so many miraculous medicines on me? Chu Yang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Brothers, I'm sorry for keeping it from you. I'm the current tribulation sword master. Everyone felt as if their heads had been blown off. Instantly, they felt a little dizzy. Although they had heard Mo Tianji's speculation, this was the first time Chu Yang publicly admitted his identity. How could guesses from others be compared to Chu Yang's own confirmation? Even Mo Tianji, although he had guessed it long ago, still felt that his brain was a little short of oxygen at this moment. His body swayed a little. Gu Duxing could be considered to be very calm, but he still let out a soft GA sound from his throat, as if he had suddenly bitten his tongue. Tribulation Sword Master, the ruler of the heavens. According to ancient legends, whoever had the tribulation sword would be the master of the heavens. The brothers were petrified at the same time. They all held their breaths and looked at Chu Yang. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang slowly stretched out his right hand. There was nothing in his palm. However, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone to the extreme happened. In Chu Yang's empty palm, a small sword, only the length of a little finger, suddenly appeared. It was sparkling and shiny. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, sword guard, and sword tongue were on it. But there was no sword hilt, no sword tassel, no. It was just a half-finished sword. In the next moment, this half-finished sword made a sword sound. Although the sound was soft, it was extremely crisp. It was extremely mighty. Clang. The swords at the waists of Gu Duxing, Ao Xian, GMO, and Luoku Di made a sword sound at the same time. The swords automatically popped out of the scabbard by half a foot, and a cold light flashed. To the supreme king of the sword, to give the supreme salute. In the next moment, that small sword suddenly expanded and became the same size as a normal sword. Cold light and murderous intent filled the air. There seemed to be strange lights moving back and forth on the body of the sword, and it was breathtaking. Although it was only a half-finished sword, the aura it emitted at this moment was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. There was a sense of pride and arrogance, as if he was the only one in the world. Clang. Chu Yang placed the sword on the table in front of him. The sword vibrated twice, seemingly dissatisfied with Chu Yang's decision to let it go. But it eventually quieted down. Everyone's gaze was instantly focused on this sword. Gu Duxing's gaze was fervent and filled with the light of pilgrimage as he looked at this sword. Although the sword was not complete, it was universally acknowledged as the best sword in the world. The winds and clouds of the past 10,000 years were stirred up by this sword. How many lives were plunged into misery and suffering because of this sword? How many influential figures had perished because of this sword? How many legends arose because of this sword? How many sins were born because of this sword? In 10,000 years, at the very least, tens of billions of people died because of this sword. Tens of billions of lives forged the supreme reputation of the Calamity Sword. Tens of billions. What kind of concept was that? Chapter 12:25. Calamity Sword. This was the peerless divine weapon that all swordsmen in the heavens dreamed of. It was the number one divine item. Gu Duxing's body trembled. His gaze was focused on the tip of the sword. It was as if he could see that the tip of the sword, which was as cool as water, emitted an aura that was as sharp as his. This aura made Gu Duxing tremble with excitement. Calamity Sword was also the number one killing weapon. It was also the source of all disasters. But in the end, all disputes and disasters still had to be ended by this sword. Mo Tianji's gaze was bright as he looked at Calamity Sword. His expression was solemn. Mo Tianji rarely had such an expression. Usually, he was confident that he had the world in his hands. But today, his expression was incomparably solemn and respectful, because Mo Tianji knew that once this sword appeared, his position would be fixed. From this moment onwards, there would be countless experts who would die under his schemes. But if he did not plan well, he and all his brothers would die without a burial ground. The master of Calamity Sword would turn the world upside down. When Calamity Sword appeared, wisdom would lead the way. This was the legend of Calamity Sword. When Calamity Sword truly appeared, It was also the moment when the Master of Calamity Sword officially appeared. It also meant that the great cause of overturning the heavens had officially begun. They would officially start a war with the great clan that had ruled the upper three heavens for 10,000 years. From today onwards, there would be no retreat. There would only be two outcomes. The first outcome was that the Master of Calamity Sword would lead his brothers to overturn the heavens. The second outcome was that they would die and their clans would be wiped out, beyond redemption. Mo Tianji looked at the sword. The Calamity Sword flashed coldly. It seemed to be blinking and looking at him. Mo Tianji looked at the empty sword hilt. He suddenly felt as if he was holding a sword. Not a sword, but he really wanted to fill it in. Suddenly, he felt a heavy sense of responsibility and mission. Is this my destiny? Ao Xieyun suddenly felt the blood in his body burning. He stared at Calamity Sword. His breathing was heavy. His gaze was fixed on his chest. Suddenly, a golden dragon scale slowly appeared. The dragon scale shone. Ao Xieyun trembled. I finally saw Calamity Sword, the sword that had ruled the heavens for 10,000 years. Xie Danqiong gasped for breath. His handsome face was flushed red. GMO opened his mouth and muttered to himself. Only those who were very close to him could hear what he was saying. Dog ant. Holy shit. Dog ant. What the fuck? So fucking beautiful. Your grandmother. Luo Kadi gasped. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground as he stared at Calamity Sword. He kept repeating, so it's true. So it's true. So it's true. Chu Yang also looked at Calamity Sword. He took a deep breath and said, This is the Calamity Sword. He paused for a moment before continuing softly. As for us brothers, for a very long time in the future, we'll all be in the same boat. Fate and this sword. They're connected together. As soon as these words were spoken, the brothers' expressions changed. As if they had just woken up from a dream, they suddenly trembled. No one doubted that it wasn't the Calamity Sword. This sword appeared out of thin air. Then, under everyone's widened eyes, it grew from the size of a pinky to the size of a normal long sword. The size of a long sword could actually change? Not to mention seeing such a miraculous thing. The brothers had never even heard of such a thing. Such a miraculous sword. In the world, other than the Calamity Sword, what other sword could have such a miraculous effect? This is the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang's words had already drawn the attention of Gu Duxing and the others. They didn't notice Chu Yang's last sentence at all. Only Mo Tianji's eyes flashed, and he revealed a contemplative look. For a very long time, fate and this sword will be connected together. This sentence was worthy of praise. Generally speaking, the fate of the Calamity Sword's owner and the Calamity Sword would be closely related to the Calamity Sword. But from Chu Yang's words, why did it seem like that wasn't the case? It was just for a very long time? Mo Tianji was a little confused. Faintly, he understood. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Could it be that the upper three heavens wasn't the end? Chu Yang slowly stood up with a heavy expression. I've hidden my identity from you for so long. You should understand that I had no choice. But what I'm telling you today isn't just to reveal my hidden identity. I'm also going to tell you about the true legend of the Calamity Sword. Mo Tianji was shocked. He perked up his ears and sat up straight. Chu Yang said in a low voice, since ancient times, there's a saying that the one who has the Calamity Sword will have the world. There's another saying that the calamities of each generation are the big clans that will dominate the world in the future. So, everyone knows that as long as one becomes a calamity, one can bring glory to the clan for 10,000 years. And the Calamity Sword himself will become an eternal legend. Everyone nodded. That's right, everyone thought so, including the few of us. Wrong. Very wrong. Chu Yang said seriously. Wrong? Mo Tianji frowned. It's not wrong for Calamity to become a big clan. It's also not wrong for him to become a legend. But Calamity himself is wrong. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. For 10,000 years, 8 Calamity Sword Masters were born. But as far as I know, the founders of the big clans weren't Calamity's people but their children. And the Calamity Sword Master and Calamity disappeared without a trace. So, where did Calamity go? Chu Yang slowly told the story of the Calamity Sword Master and Calamity, which had been covered up by history for 10,000 years. Everyone was moved. They didn't expect the legend of Calamity to be so cruel and cruel. The Calamity Sword Master betrayed Calamity? The calamities of each generation were all used to mend the world. Chu Yang said, "Maybe you'll think that the Calamity Sword Masters are all heartless, including Wu Jueqing at the end of 40,000 years ago. Because of this, he stayed in the human world and wanted to take revenge on the Calamity Sword Master. But this is a huge mistake and misunderstanding." Then, Chu Yang explained the real reason again. Gu Duxing's hands trembled a little. The other brothers were also moved by this. They didn't expect the real reason to be like this. Chu Yang concluded, "So, although the Calamity Sword Masters and Calamity had a great friendship, they were really a bunch of tragic people. For the sake of his brother, he had sacrificed his own life. Yet he had allowed his brother to build his career in the other world with an eternal grudge against him. This is the sorrow of the Calamity Sword Master. Their brothers gave up everything for them, but they still resented them. This is also the sorrow of Calamity. They wanted to take revenge for an eternal misunderstanding, but in the end, they could only find out that they were wrong. But they still haven't come to their senses. And we can't bear to let people like Wu Jueqing come to their senses. How can this not be Wu Jueqing's sorrow? But you have to pay attention to one thing. Their sorrow is because they couldn't meet the final requirement. That's why we can't repeat the same mistake." Chu Yang sighed. "Now, I'm the Calamity Sword Master. Brothers, whether you like it or not, but because of me, you're really one of the calamities now." Gu Duxing and the others' breathing quickened. "It's our turn now." Chu Yang smiled. "Time will slowly prove what I said, but I'd rather say it first, so that you can be prepared. So, we can't repeat the old path of the Calamity Sword Masters and Calamity." Chu Yang took a deep breath. "So, we have to kill them directly. So, our goal is huge. Very far. This is our destiny." Chu Yang said deeply, "Brothers, we need to face our destiny together. I need your answer. What do you think? What do you think?" Chu Yang looked at them one by one solemnly. Gu Duxing smiled coldly and said indifferently, "Boss, the calamities in the past are the calamities in the past. They have their own destinies, but we are not them. I know that boss needs everyone's opinion, so I'm not speaking for the brothers here. I'm only speaking for myself." A smile like a spring breeze appeared on his cold and hard face. "Life and death follow you. That's all." Chu Yang's heart warmed, but his expression didn't change. His gaze turned to Emo Tianji. Emo Tianji smiled gently and elegantly. "I'm different from them. We have conditions. Don't forget your promise in the future to marry my sister Emo Qingwu and be my brother-in-law. As long as you do it, even if you're really sinister and vicious, I'm fine with it." Chu Yang's face stiffened. He rubbed his nose and coughed awkwardly. GMO and Luo Kadi whistled at once. Everyone cheered. "I see." Gu Duxing made a rare joke. In order to have a military advisor, Boss sold himself to Little Wu. In order to have a brother-in-law, Emo Tianji sold himself to his brother-in-law. Everyone laughed at once. Chu Yang coughed awkwardly and put on a fierce face. "Let's get down to business. It's your turn." GMO grinned. "I've never considered such complicated matters on my own. I've always been happy with myself. I feel very happy with my brothers, that's all." He revealed 2 rows of white teeth. "I'll be happy even if I die." Luo Kadi patted him on the shoulder. "GMO is very shameless. This is clearly what I wanted to say." A warm smile appeared on Ao Sheyun's face, but he said, "We have the sword supremacy, the saber supremacy, the successor of the dragon race, the descendant of the phoenix, the Calamity Sword Master, the master of manipulation and calculation, the military advisor. With the dragons and phoenixes roaring and the brothers united, we have the right time and the right people. I feel that such a team will definitely not fail. Since we won't fail, I love victory the most." Ao Sheyun smiled. "Even if we die, it'll be very satisfying." Chapter 12:26. Chu Yang laughed out loud. Then, he said in an awe-inspiring manner. What if I really want to betray you one day? What if I kill you? Big brother, you miscalculated. Gu Duxing sighed. You shouldn't have said it. If you say it now, how can you betray us in the future? At most, when you betray us, we will pretend to be ignorant. Ha ha ha. Okay, when the time comes and you betray us, let us know in advance. We can prepare our emotions and pretend to be ignorant. Everyone laughed together. The feeling of knowing each other spread warmly. Mo Tianji also laughed. He knew that what Chu Yang said now was nonsense to the brothers now. But this nonsense had to be said. Because in the future, when they reached the upper three heavens, as their level increased, they would come into contact with more and more secrets. After they came into contact with more, the matter of the past Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation would be dug up sooner or later. What Chu Yang is saying now is nonsense. But it won't be as simple as just nonsense when our brothers find out about it by themselves. At the very least, there would be a knot in their hearts. Chu Yang's honesty now seemed silly, naive, and nonsense, but it put an end to the possibility of the brothers splitting up in the future. It seemed that Chu Yang was thinking further than him. Big brother, now that you have said good and bad things, it's time to talk about business, right? Mo Tianji said. Of course, I have to talk about business. Chu Yang laughed. Then he asked, have you seen enough? If you have, I will put away Tribulation Sword. Not enough, everyone said in unison. Even if you look at it for 10,000 years, it won't be enough. If you haven't, then put it away. Chu Yang snorted. With a wave of his hand, Tribulation Sword flew up on its own. It shone brightly as if it was bidding farewell to everyone. Then it slowly shrank in midair. Then it turned into a ray of light and went into Chu Yang's heart. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Luo Kadi came forward and touched Chu Yang's left chest. He praised. It really went in. Damn. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. The brothers were shocked. What's wrong? Luo Kadi narrowed his eyes and rubbed his palm gently. Big brother's chest is quite full. PFFF. Mo Tianji finally calmed down and took a sip of tea. But because of this sentence, he spat it out and coughed repeatedly. His laughter shook the heavens. Little wolf, you've never had a wife. Could it be that you like this? GMO asked in a strange tone. Chu Yang slapped Luo Kudi's hand away with a smack sound. He said furiously, I only saw you acting like a rogue towards women. But now, you're actually lusting after men? This is really intolerable. Luo Kadi opened his mouth wide. I'm innocent. I only touched it. Haha. After laughing for a while, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Chu Yang then smiled and said, the lowest level of cultivation we have now is saint level. Duxing was already a first-grade sword sovereign. It can be said that with our age and cultivation, he would be considered a rare genius even in the big clans of the upper three heavens. We do have the right to be proud. We have such strength, and our brothers are working together as one. In the upper three heavens, that's enough for me to move unhindered. As long as boss orders us to charge forward, we will swarm forward. Cut down the great clans. Chu Yang smiled faintly and asked, is that what you all think? Everyone was embarrassed. GMO and Luo Kadi coughed and turned their faces away. Their faces were already red. Ao Sheyun and Xie Danqiong coughed repeatedly. Gu Duxing's face was also a little red. When Chu Yang said that just now, everyone thought that it was a kind of affirmation and they were all enraptured. But when they heard the last two sentences, they realized that it wasn't the case. Instantly, they were all a little embarrassed. But Chu Yang had indeed guessed what everyone was thinking. Their strength had skyrocketed. They were young and promising, and they were supreme martial artists. How many people could there be in the world? Naturally, they were extremely confident. Mo Tianji raised his eyebrows. He looked at the sorry state of these guys with great interest. I'm not saying that it's wrong for you to think this way. Of course, if people over 100 years old think this way, then they are old and muddle-headed. But you are young, and you should be proud. Chu Yang said lightly, but what I want to say is that your strength is really, really far from enough. This time, apart from Mo Tianji, even Gu Duxing had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. There's no need to be dissatisfied. Chu Yang said, I just killed the Grand Duke of the Long clan in the lower three heavens. He was 28 years old and a peak 8th grade martial saint. Or you might think that a 28-year-old 8th grade martial saint is no big deal, and that you are all younger than him and stronger than him. But don't forget that he was the youngest generation in the Long clan. Above him, there are people who have lived for hundreds, thousands of years, and even close to 10,000 years. What are the cultivation levels of those people? Chu Yang asked everyone. Really? Ao Sheyan asked in shock. Chu Yang nodded. All of you are first-grade supreme martial artists, but you are already considered the highest in your respective clans. But the Grand Duke of the Long clan, Lan Ruo, is far from being ranked among the experts in the Lan clan. As far as I know, in every big clan on the surface, there is one peak-level supreme martial artist, 2 to 3 beginner or second-grade supreme martial artists, 5 8th-grade supreme martial artists, more than 10 7th-grade supreme martial artists, dozens of second-grade supreme martial artists, and at least 300 lower-grade supreme martial artists. And this is just the strength on the surface, Chu Yang said solemnly. Everyone turned pale with fright. GMO was tongue-tied. That many? In secret, the Dharma Supreme once instructed the big clans to cultivate secret forces 5,000 years ago and 1,000 years ago to fight against the Tribulation Sword Master. Therefore, in secret, every clan has such experts, at least the same number. Just the big clans alone, we have to face at least 5,000 supreme martial artists. We only have these 7 to 8 people. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Silence fell. Even Mo Tianji had not expected such tyrannical strength and such a great disparity in strength. Before Chu Yang said this, Mo Tianji had already tried his best to overestimate the big clans. But compared to the current numbers, it was at least 50 times worse. Oh, let me tell you. The second ancestors of the great clans were all dead, but the founders of the great clans were still alive. But the founders are the first-generation ancestors, the children of the previous generation's tribulation, who are still alive. Basically, every one of them. They all have a cultivation level of more than 1,000 years. Chu Yang added. The expressions on the faces of the brothers became somewhat distorted. Yes, there's still the biggest enemy that I haven't mentioned. Chu Yang said slowly. It's the law enforcement officers with the greatest strength who are currently in charge of the heavens and spread all over the upper 3 heavens. Mo Tianji's expression became unusually heavy. The number of experts in the law enforcement officers is definitely not comparable to that of the big clans, but it's definitely comparable to any 2 or 3 clans combined. The quality of their experts is also much stronger than that of the big clans. The big clans only have 10,000 years of foundation, but the law enforcement officers have tens of thousands of years of accumulation. At this point, Chu Yang suddenly paused, because he thought of a terrifying fact. The big clans had tens of thousands of years of accumulation. If they could have experts at the peak level, then, in these tens of thousands of years of accumulation, how many such experts were there? Such experts. Were they still in the heavens continent? Were they still alive? If they were still alive, then how high were their cultivations? He thought of Zi Sheqing's words. All these years, the heavens experts that I've fought with, there were more than 10 of them. Feng Yu could be listed in the top 10. However, before Zi Sheqing said this, she had not fought with Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing, nor had she faced the Dharma Supreme, much less Wu Jueqing. Then, among the top 10 experts that Zi Sheqing had evaluated, who were the other 8? Even if Qin Feng and Lu Yun had gone, but what about the other one? Where was he? And these were the ones that Zi Sheqing had fought with. How many more had she not fought with? Zi Sheqing had only said the top 10, but how many were there outside the top 10? So, how many seats did the law enforcement officers have? Mo Tianji's expression became extremely heavy. He was thinking, in the face of such experts, how effective would his scheming and wisdom be? After saying this, the hearts of the 7 brothers were all heavy. GMO and the others, who were originally full of confidence and complacency, were instantly deflated, like a swollen bladder that had been pricked by a needle. They had thought that they were already considered big shots, but now, it seemed that they were still small fries. So, if we want to overturn the heavens, we have to go through a series of bloody battles and countless life and death experiences. Emo Tianji said, his voice relaxed and high-spirited. However, although boss described the enemies as strong, I only feel very excited. Emo Tianji smiled slightly. If we can level the heavens with just a breath, then what's the point? The more difficult it is, the more interesting it is. The more powerful the enemy is, the higher and faster we will be able to improve under their training. Emo Tianji laughed somewhat frivolously. These enemies are nothing but whetstones for us. If we want to stand at the top, we have to first step on the stepping stones, and then use the whetstones to walk up step by step. GMO smiled. I'm just afraid that the whetstones are too hard and will break the blade. Emo Tianji smiled confidently. If the blade breaks, it means that it's not strong enough. If it breaks, then so be it. Since it's not strong enough, it will break sooner or later. But as long as it's not broken, it can split the heavens. Emo Tianji smiled gently, his eyes shining brightly. He said slowly, word by word, the whetstones in the heavens, wait for me to sharpen my blade. My blade will shine and enter the heavens. Emo Tianji had never spoken so frivolously before. At this moment, not only was he frivolous, but he was also overbearing, arrogant, and condescending. However, it was precisely because of this frivolous and arrogant tone and expression that did not put the world in his eyes that the eyes of the brothers gradually lit up. Wait for me to sharpen my blade. Update. Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Our World-Defying Heaven's 7th subscription group, the World-Defying Heaven's 7th subscription group, is open today. This group is a full subscription group. This month, we are aiming for the top. We hope that all the brothers and sisters of World-Defying Heavens will join. Feng Ling welcomes you. World-Defying Heavens welcomes you. Chapter 12:27. That's right. If our opponents aren't strong, how can we improve? If that's the case, we might as well stay in the lower 3 heavens. It'll be easier in the lower 3 heavens. Gu Duxing raised his head coldly. I like strong opponents. Me too. Xie Danxiong smiled lightly. My viburnum flower hasn't bloomed for a long time. Ha ha ha. Luo Kadi was stunned at first. Then, he burst into laughter, rocking back and forth. Tears even flowed out. I'm sorry. I heard it as, your chrysanthemum hasn't bloomed for a long time. Xie Danxiong was so angry that he couldn't speak. His finger trembled as he pointed at Luo Kadi. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Really, really, extremely shameless. The other 5 people finished Xie Danxiong's sentence in unison. At the same time, Xie Danxiong also said it, not missing a single word. Everyone laughed so hard that they fell over. It looked like this wasn't the first time Luo Kadi teased Xie Danxiong, and Xie Danxiong was like this every time. His finger trembled, his handsome face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth and said, Really, really, extremely shameless. Over time, the brothers had already learned to do it. GMO chuckled. I like it. As a man, trampling on the strong and humiliating the pure is my highest pursuit. It's also a great feeling. Ao Xieyun burst into laughter. You'd better hurry up and let Alboy humiliate you. Everyone laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Emo Tianji smiled and gave Chu Yang a look. Chu Yang smiled and said, All right, it's getting late. All of you should hurry back. Yes, especially those with wives and concubines, it'll be better tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll come and test the results of your seclusion. GMO chuckled. Boss, compared to super experts, we're obviously still a lot worse. But, compared to you, hee hee, I'm not bragging. You're really not much right now. He laughed happily. Every time I think about this, my heart feels as sweet as honey. Chu Yang said deeply, Okay, tomorrow, I'll let you feel sweet enough. GMO puffed out his chest. I'll wait and see. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. You'll know what it means to be powerful tomorrow. Why aren't you getting lost? Are you waiting for Albo to catch you? GMO was startled. He subconsciously turned his head to take a look. Then, he turned his head and said loudly, Hey, why would I be afraid of her? What do you know? Alboa is as obedient as a kitten in front of me. Everyone burst out in laughter and said in unison, Shameless. Scram. GMO giggled and swaggered off. Xie Danxiong also stood up. His handsome face was slightly red. Well, I understand. The remaining 5 people spoke in unison, winked at the same time, and revealed ambiguous smiles at the same time. Xie Danxiong walked away with a red face. Cough. Ao Xieyun coughed, but Luo Ku Di had already interrupted. Brother Xieyun, you have to be careful tonight. Don't turn into a dragon by any means. You can really lose your life. Ao Xieyun cursed loudly. He took to his heels and left. I'm leaving too. Luo Kadi scratched his head. They're going back to hug beauties. I'm going back to hug pillows. Gu Duxing stood up. Let's go. Chu Yang looked at him strangely. Don't tell me you want Sister Xiaomiao to catch you? Gu Duxing blushed and said, No. There's something. I have to say something. Seeing Gu Duxing's strange expression, Chu Yang was a little surprised. What's the matter? Cough. It's like this. When Big Brother went missing and I returned to the clan, foster father once said that Sister Xiaomiao and I were not young anymore. He wanted to marry us. At that time, I said, my big brother's life and death are unknown. How can I be in the mood to marry? When my big brother comes back, I'll get married immediately. Cough, cough. Now you're back. Chu Yang was stunned. In that instant, he was excited, touched, and a little amused. I say, you blockhead. If I didn't come back, would you never find a wife? Gu Duxing's cold face revealed a trace of an embarrassed smile. He actually scratched his head and stammered, well, since Big Brother is back today, I want to get this done as soon as possible. It just so happens that all the brothers are here. I want to marry Sister Xiaomiao in front of the whole 3 days. Big Brother, please bear witness. Gu Duxing was a little embarrassed. Before we get married, I won't that. Understood. Chu Yang said seriously. Later, let Tianji, the master of calculation and manipulation, check the date and get this done. I can stay here for at most a month. This matter, I'll do my best. Chu Yang said, we can't be slow. If sister-in-law blames us, I can't take the blame. Everyone laughed. Mo Tianji touched his chin. It seems that today is a good day for marriage. Get lost? Mo Tianji hurriedly changed his words. But really, 7 days later is an auspicious day. Isn't it a little too soon? Chu Yang was shocked. Marriage is a big event in life. It can't be so rushed. It's not urgent. Mo Tianji had a well-thought-out plan. Duxing, you should immediately send someone back to the Gu clan to inform them. At the same time, you should ask Uncle Ao to send out the invitations tomorrow morning to create momentum. 7 days should be enough. Chu Yang said decisively. Since that's the case, it's settled. Announce to the upper 3 heavens that all clans and forces, no matter who they are, must come and participate. Those who don't come are our enemies. In particular, the gifts can't be too shabby. Also, they don't want gold or silver. They only want rare and good things, such as elixirs, spirit stones, and precious metals. Mo Tianji laughed. Exactly what I want. We're about to kill our way up to the upper 3 heavens. We can make use of Duxing's wedding to plunder the upper 3 heavens as our foundation. Previously, I was still worried. Now it's good. Duxing wants to get married. If we don't make use of such a good reason, we'd be stupid. Chu Yang clapped his hands and said excitedly, Good. We'll say it like this. Those who receive the invitation and the news, if they don't come, they'll be the common enemy of our clans and the heavenly army. We'll kill them without mercy. Also, we'll judge their attitude towards them based on the quality of the gifts. This is a ruthless move. Yes, that's how it should be done. Mo Tianji was exultant. The gifts should be divided into first class, second class, third class, and unrated. First-class gifts should be of high standard. They should sit in a private room and drink good wine. Second-class gifts should be served in a hall and drink ordinary wine. Third-class gifts should be served outdoors and bring their own wine. All unrated gifts should be given. All gifts should be left behind. Their legs should be broken and they should be chased out. As for those who don't present gifts, they should all be killed. Yes, this invitation is in the name of the heavenly army. It's from the Gu clan, Ao clan, and Luo clan. The Mo clan, Dong clan, Xie clan, and Ji clan will jointly present it. It'll be more grand. Chu Yang's eyes shone. Yes, let's do it this way. The two unscrupulous people were exultant as they discussed their plan to amass wealth. Then I'll quickly go and discuss it with Sister Xiaomiao. Gu Duxing was shocked. He hurriedly turned and left. He was speechless towards these two money grubbers. Time is so tight, and you still want to amass wealth. I'll get married and you'll get rich. Cough, cough, cough. Why does this feel so wrong? Only Mo Tianji and Chu Yang were left in the room. The two faced each other and laughed for a while. Then, they remained silent. They each thought about their own matters and the topics they wanted to talk about. There's only the two of us left. Boss, are you interested in drinking another cup? Mo Tianji smiled slightly. Of course. Chu Yang laughed. I haven't had a good drink with you in a long time. There are too many people tonight. I can't drink to my heart's content. Mo Tianji smiled warmly. I'll go get some wine. I have some here. There's not only good wine. There's also good food. Chu Yang reached out and took it out of the tribulation space. He went out every day. Naturally, he had a large stock of these things. Good. The two toasted and drank silently. For a long time, they didn't say a word. After a long time, Mo Tianji finally said, I've been with these guys for more than a year. It's really hard. It's really hard to imagine how you managed to convince them in the past. They don't need to be convinced. Chu Yang smiled faintly. I have a heart. I have a heart. A heart? Heart. Mo Tianji repeated and laughed. That's right. This is indeed a divine weapon that works on people like us. It's even sharper than the tribulation sword. Chu Yang laughed and was overjoyed. It's the same for you? Mo Tianji raised his eyebrows, of course. The two clinked their cups and drank the wine in one gulp. Although the two were talking nonsense, they both knew what the other wanted to say. They were both preparing. Mo Tianji finally spoke first. The enemy is strong. I need to know more details. The more detailed, the better. The more detailed, the better. From now on, he had to start preparing for the future. Mo Tianji was always like this. He would start preparing for anything before the plan was formed. When it really started, all the preparations would be directed towards one goal at the same time. One move would be earth-shattering. Chu Yang thought for a long time and said, I need to straighten it out. He couldn't talk casually to Mo Tianji like he was telling a story, because Mo Tianji would find out what was really useful from what he said. Even some unintentional words that he didn't expect would cause Mo Tianji to expand to thousands of miles. Therefore, Chu Yang had to properly straighten out his thoughts. I understand. Mo Tianji smiled. I understand. You understand. This sentence was a bit tongue-twisting, but the two smiled knowingly. Xiaowu is in my house now, Chu Yang said softly as he sorted out his thoughts. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. He anxiously grabbed Chu Yang's hand. How is Xiaowu now? Chu Yang smiled warmly. She's very happy, and she's already a martial saint. During this time, she's probably a 3rd or 4th grade martial saint. Mo Tianji clapped his hands excitedly. That's great. Then, he looked suspiciously at Chu Yang. But, why isn't this girl learning from her master? Why is she in your house, you pervert? Why is she in your house? You beast, you didn't do anything to Xiaowu, did you? There are more than 1,000 words left for the 8th part. My hand is cramping. I'll write the 8th part later. Gee. Chapter 12:28. Chu Yang was furious. Am I that kind of person? The more Mo Tianji thought about it, the more dangerous it was. He said, I'm worried about your character. Chu Yang couldn't tolerate Mo Tianji's suspicion of his character. He was furious. She will be my wife sooner or later. So what if she does something? What can you do about it? Mo Tianji was furious. Beast. Indeed. He was a beast from head to toe. Being in the same team as you, this military advisor is deeply ashamed. I don't know who is the real beast between the two of us. Chu Yang retorted. I only said it. I didn't do anything. You, on the other hand, had 2 concubines a few years ago. They are not even 10 years old yet. What do you know? Imo Tianji's face turned red and he scolded. Then he sighed and said, "You don't know. There is an inside story." Inside story? Chu Yang was surprised. These two women are sisters by blood. It was my mistake. I was still young at that time. I fell into Imo Tianyun's trap. I acted out of anger and killed the wrong people. I killed their parents. Imo Tianji sighed. I knew I was wrong after that. However, the dead cannot be brought back to life. At that time, my subordinates wanted to eliminate the root of the problem in order to avoid future troubles. I had no choice but to protect them in the name of being lecherous and taking concubines. I was only 10 years old then. If I was young now, I would have thought of a better way. Imo Tianji took a deep breath. Imo Tianji, am not a good person. Exterminating clans and killing people is a common occurrence for me. However, I did the right thing. Therefore, I have a clear conscience. However, when it comes to the things that I did wrong, I can't eliminate the guilt by killing them. Since these two girls followed me, I have always treated them like little sisters. On one hand, I tried my best to make up for my mistakes. On the other hand, every time I saw them, I would remind myself not to make any more mistakes. That's why most of my decisions are made under such careful consideration. These two sisters are the alarm bells that I keep by my side. Every time I have an emotional outburst, I ask for tea. They would bring me tea. When they appeared, they would immediately remind me not to be impulsive, to think carefully, and not to make any more mistakes. Regardless of whether it was because of him, was it because of someone else? I can't afford to be wrong. Imo Tianji sighed and said, in this chaotic world of Jianghu, we can't afford to make any mistakes. A single mistake could lead to eternal damnation. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, if you still have a conscience, once you kill the innocent, it will form an inner demon. You'll never reach the peak of martial arts. It's been a few years since they came to me, but I haven't laid a finger on them. If they take a fancy to someone else in the future, I will give them a generous dowry like how I would give my younger sister. I will send them off in a grand manner. Chu Yang sighed and patted his shoulder. It's been hard on you. It's hard to say. You can't say that you're in a difficult position. After all, you're the one in the wrong. Imo Tianji drank a big mouthful of wine, yes? However, it seems unlikely that they will take a fancy to someone else. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The way these two girls look at you clearly shows that they are deeply in love. To be honest, if they really take a fancy to someone else, I really can't bear to do it. Imo Tianji smiled bitterly. However, the two of them are very clear about their family background. They understand everything. Yet, they have imperceptibly fallen in love with me. This is the most painful thing right now. I am in pain, but the two of them are in more pain than I am. Chu Yang sighed. This matter was the most troublesome thing for Imo Tianji. This kind of thing. Even if he was the master of calculation and manipulation, even if he could see through the mysteries of heaven, what could he do? The two girls fell in love with the enemy who killed their father. Their love was deeply rooted. He couldn't kill them. He couldn't marry them. Imo Tianji accepted the daughter of his enemy. He couldn't marry her and couldn't bear to drive her away. This kind of feeling was really a mess. He couldn't throw it away or let it go. He could only be helpless. A few years ago, I was still on guard. I was afraid that they would kill me for revenge, but now, I have completely let down my guard against them. These two girls also don't have any intention to kill me. However, the pain is increasing with each passing day. Imo Tianji smiled faintly. I can only turn this pain into my sobriety. I don't want to kill the wrong person again. As for the three of us, we can only drag it out like this. Imo Tianji sighed deeply. Drag it out and take one step at a time. Chu Yang sighed with some schadenfreude. I originally thought that my feelings were tangled enough. Now, it seems that you are a little more miserable than me. He didn't know why, or perhaps it was a bad taste, but in this life, Chu Yang especially liked to see Imo Tianji's embarrassed and helpless expression. He took great pleasure in Imo Tianji's misfortune. Other than Imo Tianji, no one else had this kind of treatment. For example, Imo Tianji's heart was blocked in this matter. In Chu Yang's eyes, it was no big deal. Although it was difficult to deal with, you have already announced that these two girls are your concubines. Can they still marry others? Besides, you have feelings for each other. What's the big deal even if you take them as concubines? Isn't it a kind of compensation and psychological comfort? However, since Imo Tianji was tangled up, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't say anything. This was because he understood Imo Tianji's temper very well. If you tried to persuade him, he could come up with 10,000 reasons to make you as tangled as him. Chu Yang didn't want to be tangled up. My pain can only increase your joy. Imo Tianji looked at Chu Yang with contempt. I have already seen through you. Chu Yang smiled mischievously. Same to you? What do you mean by same to you? Imo Tianji suddenly became vigilant. You also have emotional entanglements? Where did it come from? Don't tell me that besides my sister, you have other women outside? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this fire to burn him so quickly. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and said fiercely, What? You can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but you can't let me have one? Imo Tianji narrowed his eyes. Really? Chu Yang slumped down. Really? It's a long story. I really regret it. I shouldn't have agreed to it in the first place. Half of Imo Tianji's anger was extinguished by these words. He said dumbfoundedly, Tell me about it. This matter is... Chu Yang said, This is a secret. I will only tell you. Originally, I thought that I had nothing to worry about in the lower 3 heavens. I didn't expect that I would be poisoned by a lust dragon. I thought that she was dead. I didn't expect that she had been hiding it all this time. Her Majesty the Emperor of Iron Cloud. She was originally a girl. Cough, cough. Chu Yang said it with difficulty. These words had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. He needed to find someone to talk to. Imo Tianji was the best trash can. That's it. My son is 1 year old now. Chu Yang spread his hands. What can I do? I say, brother-in-law Imo Tianji, do you understand? Imo Tianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was also at a loss. This matter. It seems that I can't blame you. Give me an idea. Chu Yang tilted his head. Imo Tianji coughed. He already had a son. What else could he do? Give him an idea to abandon his sister? Wouldn't that be a bastard? Let's talk about serious matters. Imo Tianji said righteously. Feelings are your private matter. You can do whatever you want. I can't care. Anyway, my sister can't be wronged. Chu Yang was in awe of this guy's despicable and shameless act of hiding his true intentions behind his sanctimonious facade. Since you can't care, you actually said, my sister can't be wronged. This is bullshit. Imo Tianji obviously didn't want to talk about feelings anymore. Let's talk about the enemy. You haven't thought about it for such a long time? My feelings are a mess. Chu Yang sighed in disappointment. Imo Tianji turned a deaf ear. There are so many supreme martial artists in the big clans. What's the position of each clan? Distribution? Relationship between each other? Grudges? Which clan is related to which clan? Secret dealings? And what's their attitude? Wait. He raised a series of 40 to 50 questions. Chu Yang listened, and his head swelled. He raised his hands in surrender. Stop, stop, stop. How about this? I'll tell you everything I know. Then, you can ask me if there's anything you don't understand. If I don't understand either, then we can only wait for the future. Okay. Imo Tianji walked to the table and picked up a pen, ready to record and form information at any time. The big clans are like this. Chu Yang quickly organized his thoughts and said bit by bit. He knew that Imo Tianji wanted to form a general first-hand information. I'll start with the big picture. As Chu Yang spoke, Imo Tianji frowned deeply. His pen flew, and in an instant, he drew a sketch of the distribution of the big clans in the upper 3 heavens on the table. Chu Yang took a look. Yes, it's basically like this. But the distance between each clan is quite far. The distance between any 2 clans is as far as the south to the north in the upper 3 heavens. Imo Tianji took a deep breath. He didn't say anything and noted this point. Then, there's the relationship between the big clans. Chu Yang continued. He heard all this from Lan Rua. It was really hard on Lan Rua. In order to make a good impression in front of the Tribulation Sword Master, He had to memorize all these things. Now, Emotianji was the one who benefited. Emotianji memorized everything. Chu Yang spoke until he was thirsty and picked up a cup of water to drink. Then, Emotianji was startled. According to what is written above, basically every clan is related to the other clans. Moreover, this is only for the last 200 years. If it's like this, isn't it like an iron plate? Emotianji scratched his head. Of course it's not like an iron plate. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. In the upper three heavens, there aren't many purple crystal mines, and they're also very widely distributed. In addition, there are black, blue, white, and other mines. These are the main interests of the upper three heavens. Chapter 12:29. Around these mines, disputes between the big clans have also been going on for many years. But on the surface, of course, they are all peaceful. Chu Yang's information on these mines was also obtained from Lan Ruo. In the past, Chu Yang really didn't think of the importance of these mines. But after Lan Ruo's explanation, he finally understood that these mines were, in fact, the real pillars of the big clans. And every mine was guarded by many supreme martial artist experts. What I'm going to talk about next is the grievances between the big clans. Chu Yang said seriously, the reason why I'm talking about pity first and then grievances later is because I want you to weigh the grievances against each other and the issue of benefits. This requires precise calculation. Mo Tianji frowned and pursed his lips. He nodded deeply and didn't say a word. As Chu Yang spoke, Mo Tianji's frown became tighter and tighter. When Chu Yang finished, it was already dawn outside. A night had passed. Mo Tianji's wrists were sore. If his left hand was sore, he would switch to his right hand. If his right hand was sore, he would switch to his left hand. Now, both his hands were trembling like chicken feet. He stared dumbfoundedly at the stack of papers that was 2 feet thick in front of him. He let out a long sigh. This is just the initial information? Rough information? Chu Yang nodded. Compared to the information of the big clans, this information is insignificant. Mo Tianji's face was ashen. Just this. I've already used 5 big bottles of ink and lost 13 brushes. Chu Yang encouraged him. Good luck. Mo Tianji's face was very pale. Do you know that if I had so much information in the upper 3 heavens, I could have at least sorted out half of it? I just want to know, what have you seen now? Chu Yang asked. I can only see 2 points now. First, you are in the upper 3 heavens. You are not able to really hurt the big clans. Second, the Li clan that we have set up beforehand is not powerful enough to deal with them alone. Also, there are too many variables, and they can change sides at any time. Third, the grievances between the big clans. It's not enough to make them fight to the death. Fourth, at the moment, the only thing that can be used is these mines. Also, black crystals, blue crystals, and so on. These can be ignored. The focus is only on the purple crystal mines. Only large-scale purple crystal mines can really trigger a big war. And to do that, we still need to keep fanning the flames. Otherwise, the war wouldn't have happened. Fifth, if there is no internal strife among them, we want to unify. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Especially if you want to unify without sacrificing anything, that's even more impossible. The most powerless of all. Right now, the heaven passage is still sealed. Other than you, none of us can go up. Mo Tianji sighed deeply. I can't even find more information. In this way, when the heaven passage opens, we will have to face the most dangerous and severe situation to plan and fight. However, among the great clans of the upper 3 heavens, there is a clan with wisdom. In the wisdom clan, there's another person who isn't weaker than me in any aspect. In fact, he's even stronger than me, Diwu Qingro. The worst thing is that Diwu Qingro had vaguely guessed your identity. Once you force him into a corner at a critical moment, all he needs to do is reveal your identity, and the situation can be reversed immediately. Such a great trump card, such an earth-shattering trump card, is in the hands of the enemy. Mo Tianji looked up and sighed. The most tragic thing is that the Dharma Supreme of the law enforcement officers was actually once one of the tribulations. He's familiar with all the actions and abnormalities of the tribulation's sword master. Whether it's martial power, intelligence, manpower, timing, location, or people, they are all on the enemy's side. And we, on the other hand, are just the 60s. Mo Tianji rubbed his forehead. I want to say that this is too tragic. Chu Yang said, the whetstone in the heavens is waiting for me to sharpen my saber. My saber will shine brightly and soar into the heavens. Get lost. Mo Tianji was a little exasperated. That's what I said to comfort them and boost their fighting spirit. What's the use of saying that to myself? This is really a headache. Mo Tianji said, as long as we can win this battle, your reputation as the master of calculation and manipulation, as well as your mastery of the mental cultivation techniques of the world, will truly be achieved, Chu Yang encouraged. I have no doubts about this. Mo Tianji sighed. I'm afraid that I'll be dead from exhaustion before we win. When Chu Yang spoke again, he realized that Mo Tianji was already completely immersed in it. He couldn't hear anything. When Chu Yang walked out, Mo Tianji was still looking down, flipping through these materials one by one. Then, he carefully differentiated them and started to copy them again. Once Mo Tianji was completely immersed in it, even a bull wouldn't be able to pull him out. Chu Yang walked out and gently closed the door. The sky was already bright. The Ao clan was in jubilation. Today was the birthday of the clan master. Ao Tianxing lanterns and colored banners were everywhere. At this juncture, the young clan master just happened to come out of seclusion. This was even more of a double blessing. The moment Chu Yang went out, he found Ao Xieyun and told him about Gu Duxing's wedding. Especially regarding the request for the wedding gift, he explained it in detail. Ao Xieyun's reaction was very comical. He opened his mouth and stared, his whole body trembling. Is there a need to be in such a hurry? Ao Xieyun asked. The sooner the better. Chu Yang directly instructed. Quickly arrange for people to write the invitations. Then, through the intelligence network, spread them all over the world. Okay. Ao Xieyun wasn't a sloppy person. He turned around and was about to make the arrangements. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back. Boss, that wedding gift, there's a chance that I'll get a share, right? How much can I get? Chu Yang gritted his teeth. If you don't do it after saying this, you won't get a share even if it's 60s. Ao Xieyun disappeared with a whoosh. As the Grand Duke of the Ao clan, Ao Xieyun could be said to have everything he wanted. But for some reason, he was a little greedy since he was young. This time, after awakening the divine dragon bloodline, he became even more stingy. When he saw a treasure, he couldn't pull it away. Chu Yang was especially curious. After discussing with Mo Tianji and the others for a while, he realized that the dragon clan was greedy to begin with. Every dragon was a collector of wealth, only in and not out. Ao Xieyun's current behavior could already be considered charitable in the land of the dragon clan. Chu Yang secretly calculated in his heart. In the future, when they reached the upper 3 heavens, it would be more appropriate for Ao Xieyun to manage the finances of the brothers. Only in and not out. How worry-free. Ao Xieyun directly made a big move. In 30 minutes, he gathered 500 accountants. Then, he threw a few thick copies of the distribution of forces in the 3 heavens on the table. 1 invitation for each force. Write it down clearly. I want to see it today. Who dares to not give face to me and the heavenly armament pavilion in the 3 heavens? Gifts must be heavenly treasures and purple crystals. Metals must be treasured. All of them must be of the highest quality. Sign it off with the heavenly armament pavilion as the first, Gu clan second, Ao clan third, then Luo clan, Dong clan, Ji clan. Wait. The Grand Duke's face was like a bandit, causing the accountants to tremble. Great young master. You want to scour the entire 3 heavens. At the same time, GMO, Luo Kidi, Dong Wule, Xie Danqiong and the others also received the news. Then, the various clans immediately gathered their people. Some wrote invitations, while others sent out notices. Many of them even sent out messenger birds as fast as a spark of fire. There were also many people who directly rode their horses and rushed out. The entire Mo clan was instantly filled with the fragrance of ink. The sound of writing could be heard everywhere, as if countless silkworms were eating mulberry leaves. The ink on the invitations that were still wet were immediately distributed. Those who had messenger birds tied them to their legs, pinched them into wax balls, and released them. Those who didn't have messenger birds immediately rushed to deliver the invitations. Chu Yang specially wrote a letter to Dukyu, requesting the people of the dark bamboo to participate in this operation. The words in the letter were very polite. It was said that after Dukyu saw it, he first smashed the table. Then, he pointed at the sun and cursed. In the end, he ordered the invitations to be sent out, and then prepared the gifts. Is the wine tasty? Is the water tasty? Gu Duxing wants to get married. Help advertise and ask for some betrothal gifts. We want heavenly treasures, rare metals, and so on. There was a long list of requests at the back. Dukyu was full of anger. Damn it, isn't this threatening me? But I have to accept this threat. I'm so angry. When the accountants of the dark bamboo saw the draft written by Dukyu, they were all shocked. A man with a goatee mustered the courage to ask, Minister Yu, is this a mistake? Since ancient times, who would write invitations like this? Dukyu was full of anger. Just write it when I ask you to. What nonsense are you spouting? Instantly, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Not long after, all the members of the dark bamboo in the world were mobilized, sending out notices and invitations. The entire three heavens was in a state of panic. Chu Yang stood in the backyard, breathing under the sunlight. Gu Duxing hurried over. I just woke up. After discussing it last night, I feel that something is wrong. It's still not too late to get married 7 days later, but where am I supposed to put my face if they use my name to plunder money and gifts in the three heavens? This is too embarrassing. No, no, no. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed dryly. It seems that it's not up to you now. Gu Duxing was stunned. Why? I'm not allowed to get married? Well, because the invitations are all on the way. Chu Yang laughed dryly. You know, the big clans are always very fast when doing things. Gu Duxing was stunned and on the verge of collapsing. They're all on the way? Chu Yang laughed dryly. 7 to 8 big clans are sending out invitations together, and I've even mobilized the entire dark bamboo. Although it's only been less than 3 hours since dawn, this news has been sent out at least tens of thousands. This number is definitely conservative. Please believe in me. Gu Duxing was completely speechless. He didn't expect Chu Yang to be so swift and decisive. He had just said it and already done it. He didn't even have time to react. Begging for monthly votes. Currently, we're standing at the top in a precarious position. No matter what, we're still the top. So, thank you, brothers and sisters. So, I'll continue to write the 10th update. I'll fulfill my promise. Chapter 1230. Gu Duxing, the groom-to-be, stood there in a daze. For a moment, he looked like a wooden statue. At this moment, he really understood what it meant to not know whether to laugh or cry. This time, it was really over. From today onwards, the name Gu Duxing would really stink the streets for the next 3 days. But Gu Duxing didn't know that all this was because of Mo Tianji's words. This matter must be done quickly. Right now, Gu Duxing is immersed in his blissful fantasy, but by tomorrow morning at the latest, he will consider the problem of face. So before he finds you tomorrow morning, this matter must be done. Chu Yang was very much in agreement. And so, under the situation where the bride and groom didn't even know, the invitations were already sent out, my face. Gu Duxing wanted to cry but had no tears. Chu Yang comforted him. It's okay, Duxing. Actually, all this time, what face do you have? Don't want this face anymore. It's useless, really. Besides, you already have a wife. What do you need face for? Was this comforting? Gu Duxing turned around abruptly and jumped up. He grabbed Chu Yang's neck and shook him fiercely. I'll strangle you to death. Chu Yang stuck out his tongue from the choke. With a loud roar, GMO came out with his sword. Gu Duxing, what are you doing? How dare you bully boss? Are you rebelling? Come. I want to duel with boss. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing fainted at the same time. They thought that a helper had come, But in the end, after criticizing Gu Duxing righteously, he himself wanted to duel with Chu Yang, who was currently being bullied. What the hell was this? Chu Yang hurriedly broke free. You want a duel? Okay. GMO. I said that I would make you feel sweeter than honey today. Duel with boss. Count me in. Gu Duxing's face was gloomy. I want to claim back the compensation for the damage to my reputation. I'll give you an extra 5% of your betrothal gift, okay? Chu Yang negotiated patiently. That was all mine to begin with. Gu Duxing said indignantly. Yes, it's all yours. Chu Yang comforted him. But you're from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is ours. So, your betrothal gift is also ours. Gu Duxing said angrily. Duel? Who's afraid of you? Chu Yang snorted. Come, I'll teach you guys a lesson. While they were talking, Ao Xieyun, Xiadanxiang, and Luo Kadi came in a single file. Everyone had a smug look on their faces, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. He was full of confidence. Everyone was full of confidence for this battle with Chu Yang. More than a year. From the Emperor level to the Supreme Being level, there was a gap of 20 levels. This speed had even surpassed Chu Yang's record for the fastest improvement. Furthermore, the record at that time was a mere martial ancestor or martial honorable. Therefore, everyone was very certain that no matter how much boss improved, he was definitely not a match for us this time. His long-awaited wish of beating up his boss was finally going to be fulfilled today, especially when he saw Gu Duxing choking Chu Yang's neck. And Chu Yang was powerless to resist. So, his confidence grew even greater. Go. Don't fight here. Ao Xieyun took the lead and walked out in high spirits. It's not good to destroy my house. Let's find a quiet place and have a good fight. Just come back before noon. As he walked, he said, Be careful. Don't break boss. You can kick his butt a few more times. But try not to beat his face too badly. Just beat him into a dragon head. Boss is commonly known as a dragon head. Beating him into a dragon head is not bad. That's right. What Duke Xie said really makes sense. Luo Kadi and GMO smiled evilly as they followed behind. They were rather impatient. Gu Duxing, who was at the back, thought for a while. He said in a low voice, Why don't you admit defeat? Admit defeat? Chu Yang snorted. You actually want to beat me into a dragon head? Humph. I can't stand to see you all so smug. I'll teach you all a lesson today, including you. I'll beat you into a dragon head. Don't worry, I'll be merciful to you. I won't delay your wedding. I definitely won't let you go into the bridal chamber with a dragon head. Gu Duxing was furious. He really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. He swept away angrily. In the open space of the mountain, this was a secluded little valley. It was very quiet. Chu Yang stood directly in the middle. He turned to face the 5 of them with his hands behind his back. Are you all coming together? Or are you all coming one by one? Ha ha ha. The 5 guys opposite him laughed in unison. They had obviously heard an extremely hilarious joke. Boss, we're all supreme martial artists now. Supreme martial artists. Do we still need to come together to deal with you? GMO held his head high and smiled so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. His expression was especially despicable. Oh then, who's going first? Chu Yang's hands were a little itchy. I'll go first. Apart from Gu Duxing, the other 4 fought to be the first to say this at the same time. In the end, it was still GMO who was a step ahead. He jumped out directly and put on an act of holding his sword and bowing. Boss, please give me your guidance. Before Chu Yang could return the bow, he was already overjoyed and laughing. Come on. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Oh, dog ant. GMO exhaled loudly. His shout shook the vast sky. Then, his body suddenly turned into a streamer of light and madly rushed towards Chu Yang. This aura was really earth-shattering. It was the typical demeanor of a supreme martial artist. Good. Luo Kadi jumped up and shouted evilly, Beat him up! Before he could finish, he heard Chu Yang say, Good. Then let's beat him up. Everyone was stunned. Under the attack of a supreme martial artist, he actually still spoke calmly. The next moment, there was a loud bang. Jimo's body flew backward like a rocket. With his butt facing backward, his speed was actually as fast as lightning. Luo Kadi cheered loudly, "Good movement technique." Then, he suddenly realized that GMO didn't seem to have practiced such a backward movement technique before. At this moment, GMO only felt that his lower abdomen was about to flip over. He didn't expect that just because he had underestimated the enemy a little, he would get a solid kick from Boss. At this moment, he was kicked so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. He could only fly backward fiercely. The kick. A faint shadow suddenly appeared in front of GMO, and a kick landed accurately on GMO's wrist. Second Master G let out a miserable cry, and his sword flew out of his hand, shooting straight up into the sky with a streak of light behind it. Then, GMO suffered another kick on his lower abdomen. Even though he was retreating fiercely, he still instinctively bent forward like a prawn. Bam! Chu Yang's fist hit Second Master G's left eye socket. Second Master G's head jerked backward violently. As he did so, his right eye suffered another punch. Instantly, a brand new giant panda appeared out of nowhere. Then, his body finally got close to balance. He suffered another punch on his chin. Second Master G yelled, "Fuck this dog ant. I'll change it." Chu Yang didn't care whether he changed it or not. Instantly, his limbs moved like the wind, as if he was hitting a sandbag. The only thing GMO could do was to hold his head with both hands and scream miserably. His body, shoulders, chest, vest, thighs, lower abdomen, buttocks, legs, his face, head, all suffered from Chu Yang's all-around, concentrated, storm-like beatings. From beginning to end, Second Master G only made one move. Then, he played the role of a sandbag from beginning to end, and he didn't even land on the ground. Just like that, he was beaten into a pulp. This kind of intense and tragic scene made the other three people who were fighting for the chance to fight break out in a cold sweat. They were all dumbfounded as they looked on, feeling lucky in their hearts. Fuck. Luckily, I was a step slower just now. Otherwise, the one being beaten up in the air right now would be me. I'll change it. I'll change it, boss. GMO shouted, almost crying. Why? Why did you change it? As Chu Yang asked, he had already thrown 7 or 8 punches and more than 10 kicks. Aren't you a supreme martial artist? Aren't you very awesome? Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Come, come, come. Don't cover your face. Come, come, come. Let's fight, brother. GMO really wanted to cry. Boss, I was wrong. His heart was filled with endless regret. My mouth is so cheap, don't mention it. Besides, it wasn't just that. Last night, after GMO went back, he bragged to Huyen Alboa that he was going to beat Boss up today. Huyen Alboa excitedly expressed that she wanted to watch the fight. Of course, GMO was happy to let his sweetheart see his heroic bearing. Therefore, he told her, "Just follow us." So now, Huyen Alboa was also secretly watching. Second Master G even had the heart to die. I got a bunch of spectators, so they're here to watch me make a fool of myself. Why bother? With a bang, Second Master G fell down like a broken gunny sack. He curled up on the ground, groaning on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. While Ao Sheyun and the rest were dumbfounded in disbelief, they saw that on both sides of Second Master G's forehead, 2 big bumps appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shape was exactly like 2 dragon horns. Sheyun said that he wanted to beat him into a dragon head. Chu Yang was standing not far away. So, I fulfilled his wish. The 4 of them didn't say anything, their faces full of black lines. Ao Sheyun almost wanted to slap himself a few times. Who asked you to be so cheap? What dragon head? Who's next? Chu Yang was obviously very excited. Little wolf? Come, come, let me test you. Luo Kadi's little face instantly turned pale. He shrank back continuously, a fawning smile on his face. Boss is indeed boss, really mighty. I'm impressed. As for this test, forget it. Forget it? That won't do. Chu Yang shook his head like a rattle drum. If you're not coming over, I'm going over. Luo Kadi let out a strange cry and broke into a run. Chu Yang let out a long laugh and flew over at lightning speed. Gu Duxing, Ao Sheyun, and Xie Danqiang dodged to the sides with great tacit understanding. Gu Duxing even grabbed Luo Kadi's back while he was at it. Luo Kadi let out a cry of surprise, but he had already been caught up. He cursed angrily. You guys are really good brothers. Fuck. It was useless even if he cursed. Chu Yang had already come over. Luo Kadi held his breath and quickly channeled his energy to fight. Not long after, Luo Kadi, Ao Sheyun, Xie Danqiang, and GMO lay together. The 4 dragon heads were lined up side by side, really like 4 huge dragons moving together, extremely mighty. Chapter 1231. Among the brothers, the one who was beaten up the most was definitely not the first challenger, GMO. It was Duke Xie, Ao Sheyun, especially Ao Sheyun, the instigator, because he said, how can a divine dragon bloodline not have a dragon head? Besides, he was the one who suggested to turn Chu Yang into a dragon head in the beginning. How could Chu Yang let him go? Therefore, Ao Sheyun's dragon horns were the most majestic. Why do search for Pig Island novel? Therefore, Duke Xie begged for mercy as he fought. Today is my father's birthday. Save me some face. He only got this reply. You have more face when you transform into a divine dragon. After fighting 4 people in a row, Chu Yang was in a good mood. In fact, he was very happy. Other than GMO, who turned into a dragon head in one move, because he underestimated his opponent, the other 3 all gave Chu Yang different degrees of great surprise. Everyone's cultivation was the same, but their battle tactics were completely different. This was what made Chu Yang the happiest. Each of them had their own style. Even if they were together every day, they would never be assimilated by each other. Baidu's search for Pig Island novel, his self-awareness was very strong. This was also the most basic and important foundation to become a top-level martial artist. Luo Kadi's lone wolf-like attacking style and his ferocious sword techniques surprised Chu Yang. Fighting with Luo Kadi was like facing a pack of wolves in a boundless forest. Extremely hungry wolves, biting from all directions. If one was not careful, they would be torn into pieces. When Xie Danqiang's viburnum flowers bloomed, they were the most beautiful in the world. This kind of dazzling and dreamlike technique was an eye-opener for Chu Yang. When the viburnum flowers bloomed, it was like a fairy scattering flowers, colorful and colorful. She was indeed beautiful beyond compare. However, behind this extreme beauty was an unparalleled murderous intent. Chu Yang's clothes were cut in more than 10 places. It was caused by Xie Danqiang's viburnum flowers. When Ao Sheyun's Divine Dragon War Manual was used, Chu Yang felt a great strain. This was the first time such a situation had happened in a battle with Chu Yang. Chu Yang was a peak sword saint. Under the suppression of their cultivation levels, he could already fight a second-grade supreme martial artist. And Ao Sheyun was only a first-grade supreme martial artist who had just advanced. Among the 4, only Ao Sheyun's Divine Dragon War Manual could. Chu Yang was somewhat confused. He couldn't see the direction clearly. However, this battle had greatly increased his confidence. The more he watched, the brighter his eyes became, and the stronger his fighting spirit became. Chu Yang's strength and sharpness were both top-notch sword cultivators. Both of them were fatally attractive to him. It caused the sword intent in his chest to move unhindered, and he thirsted for battle. Ao Sheyun and the others had already been defeated. There was only Gu Duxing left. Chu Yang was still standing there. He looked at Gu Duxing with a smile, the sword in his hand flashing. Chu Yang didn't move, and neither did Gu Duxing. However, sword energy suddenly surged in the arena. The surrounding flowers and plants all fell down neatly. The sword intent in their bodies. They both felt the same aura from each other. Even if people don't fight, even the sword had to fight. There are no 2 suns in the sky, and no 2 monarchs in a country. Similarly, in the land of the sword Tao, there was only one emperor. Chu Yang's eyes became sharper and more fervent. Gu Duxing straightened his body. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound in the air. He was originally standing as straight as a javelin. However, This straightening of his waist was like a peerless divine sword suddenly unsheathed. His expression and aura were completely different from just now. "Come on," Chu Yang said. "Come on," Gu Duxing said coldly. Chu Yang stood where he was without moving. Gu Duxing spread out his arms, and with a swoosh, Ao Sheyun and the other three were sent 100 feet away. Then, he walked forward slowly. With every step he took, his sword intent became sharper. "Boss, please advise me." Gu Duxing took 3 steps forward. "I've been practicing the sword since I was young. I was lonely, feeling depressed. I created the Sword of Solitude. In the lower 3 heavens, I met Boss, and my sword aura changed to become the Sword of Solitude. Although I'm lonely, I want to use my loneliness as a guardian." Then, I met Tu Qianhao. In a battle of life and death, I comprehended Tu Qianhao's Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion. Gu Duxing said lightly, "These 2 sword techniques are gathered in me. They haven't been unified until now. Today's battle is, firstly, to satisfy my craving and fight for supremacy in the Sword Dao. Secondly, to let Boss experience my Sword of Solitude, my Sword of Oblivion, my Heart of Solitude, my Heaven of Oblivion." At the end of his speech, Gu Duxing suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone brightly like 2 long swords that had already been unsheathed. Chu Yang smiled lightly. "Duxing, I know you've always wanted to experience the sword techniques. Today, I'll fulfill this wish of yours." Chu Yang said this through telepathy. He had already sensed that Huyin Albua and the others were watching this battle. Therefore, he was still cautious and didn't say it out loud. Upon hearing the word Sword of Tribulations, Gu Duxing's sword intent surged. His battle intent soared. Suddenly, he let out a long howl. With a howl, heaven and earth shook. The clouds in the sky were suddenly sliced into pieces and scattered in all directions, as if they had encountered sharp wind blades. Today, the wish of a lifetime was fulfilled. Clang! The black dragon sword appeared in Gu Duxing's hand with a bone-piercing coldness and bleakness. Then, Gu Duxing strode forward. He walked step by step with heavy footsteps, but every step he took covered at least 100 feet of space. But after taking 5 steps like this, he still hadn't reached Chu Yang. Chu Yang reached out and a long sword appeared in his hand. He didn't use the Sword of Tribulations. There was no need for the Sword of Tribulations in a spar between brothers. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Gu Duxing's voice rang out. "Heavenly Solitude." A mighty sword intent, with a bleak solitude, poured down in torrents. Sword aura crisscrossed and enveloped a radius of 100 feet. Gu Duxing rose with his sword. His black robes fluttered as he turned into a beam of black light that shot through the sky. Just this move of his caused the expressions of Ao Sheyun, Xie Danqiong, and the others to change, but it made them realize at once. Gu Duxing had never used his full strength against them in their usual spars. Chu Yang smiled lightly and shouted through telepathy, "Sword of Tribulations." One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. With a swing of his sword, a dazzling cold light suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, it suddenly dispersed into 10,000 rays of cold light, covering the sky and earth and whistling toward Chu Yang. Gu Duxing was energized. He shouted, "Heavenly Solitude! Heavenly Solitude! Heavenly Solitude!" 3 consecutive moves. Suddenly released. The whole world seemed to have suddenly become bleak and desolate at this moment. The 10,000 rays of cold light collided with the Sword of Solitude. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. The colors of autumn actually floated backward at the same time. Gu Duxing was shocked. The Sword of Tribulations was indeed extremely powerful. It was just one move, but he actually needed 3 moves to neutralize it. While retreating in the air, Gu Duxing suddenly changed from retreating to ascending. He shouted, "Heavenly Solitude." A mighty Sword of Solitude shot out in a straight line. This move made Chu Yang's heart tremble. This move of Gu Duxing's even carried an aura of Dao. Chu Yang's black-robed figure turned around in the air as he retreated. He shouted through telepathy, "Sword of Tribulations. What's the harm in slaughtering the world?" At the same time, A sharp sword aura was also unleashed. It met Gu Duxing's heavenly solitude in the air. With a soft pop, the heavenly solitude sword of solitude scattered. That sword aura of, what's the harm in slaughtering the world? Although more than half of it was eliminated, the remaining momentum did not change. It rushed straight toward Gu Duxing. Impressive, Gu Duxing exclaimed in his heart. He shouted, Earth of Solitude. He made another move to neutralize this move. He was currently one level higher than Chu Yong, and an important one at that. He was a sword saint, but he was a sword supremacy. However, he was actually at a disadvantage against the Sword of Tribulations. Immediately after, the follow-up moves of Chu Yang's Sword of Tribulations came endlessly like rolling waves. A sharp will buried deep does not change, gathering the wind and clouds to become the emperor, famous for eternity, whistling winds and clouds from the west and east. By the time the two moves of the Calamity Sword cut off the sentimental traveler of the mortal world, where the edge of the sword reaches, everything ends. Gu Duxing's Sword of Solitude had already been used up. The three solitudes of heaven, earth, and man merged into one and became Heaven and Earth of Solitude and Heaven and Man of Solitude. But when Chu Yang's move of Iron Wall and Bronze Wall fighting not over appeared, Gu Duxing's Sword of Solitude was finally completely defeated. He retreated abruptly and went straight up in the air. The farther he retreated, the smaller he became in the air, almost becoming a black dot. Then, he came down from the air with awe. His sword flashed, and an inexplicable aura spread down. Gu Duxing sighed. A sword to the peak. He took 2 steps in the air, and the sword light carried with it a desolate and heavy aura. Such an aura seemed to be able to make one completely forget the past and enter a wonderful state. Chu Yang shouted, What a sword of oblivion! Look at me, what more can I ask for in this life? Their swords clashed densely in the air, and the sound was dense and fragmented, like the wind blowing on a lotus or the rain hitting a banana leaf. Gu Duxing's body spun as he retreated, and then spun as he advanced. He said slowly, Life and death, victory and defeat, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The aura of emptiness of heaven and earth was even more intense in this move. Chu Yang flipped over, and the sword aura summoned in the air. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, as if gathering here at this moment, wanting to fill up the emptiness of heaven and earth that Gu Duxing had created. It was the gathering of clouds and clouds. With a boom, sword aura flew out, as if a bomb had exploded. Ao Xieyun and the other 3 screamed and flew away in all directions. During the battle just now, both Chu Yang and Gu Duxing had been controlling their strength and not letting it leak out. But now, both of them could no longer control it. The trees in a radius of hundreds of feet fell down neatly. The sword aura flew everywhere, slashing deep sword marks one after another on the mountain rocks. Gu Duxing held his sword horizontally in front of his chest and said disappointedly, Where can I find a soulmate in the world? He turned around, and when he was about to turn back, the sword aura spread out in a radius of 1,000 feet. When I want to turn back, I've already forgotten. Chu Yang perked up, and the 2 moves, Hidden Edge, Hidden Light, and Unending Night and Unending Sun and Moon, were launched consecutively. Right at this moment, he finally discovered where Gu Duxing's biggest problem was. Devotion. Too much devotion. Too much devotion was the flaw. Chapter 1232. The battle with Gu Duxing lasted for an hour. Whether it was Gu Duxing or Ao Xieyun, Xie Danqiong and the rest who were watching, all of them felt satisfied from the bottom of their hearts. Satisfying. It was really satisfying. In the end, when Chu Yang used the 2 moves of, I'd rather go into hiding for the rest of my life in exchange for the killing frenzy of Green Heaven, Gu Duxing finally couldn't continue and the 2 of them stopped fighting. If they continued fighting, it would be a battle of life and death. Baidu search, Pig Island novel. Long after the battle ended, the sword aura was still wreaking havoc in the air, whistling here and there. Other than Chu Yang and Gu Duxing, no one else could enter this place. After a long time, Gu Duxing retracted the heart sword intent and let out a long sigh. Have you realized? Chu Yang nodded. Yes, There is indeed a particular flaw, a huge flaw. Gu Duxing frowned and thought hard. I've always been puzzled. Why can't they be unified? If I could combine the two sword intents into one, I'm afraid that you would only be able to fight me when you're at the same level as me. But now, you're one level lower than me, and I'm at a complete disadvantage, unable to fight back. Chu Yang said, yes, both of your sword intents are very powerful, especially your Sword of Oblivion, which is close to the Tao state. But you can't defeat me whose cultivation is lower than yours. I'm not as talented as you, and it's useless. Although the Tribulation Sword technique is powerful, you're a sword supremacy and can handle it. But you still can't win, ultimately because… Chu Yang said word by word, you're too engrossed. Too engrossed? Gu Duxing was confused. Yes, when you use the Sword of Solitude, you're fully engrossed. When you use the Sword of Oblivion, you're also fully focused. But the more so, the more a natural and irreparable gap appears in these two sword techniques. Chu Yang said. Gu Duxing seemed to understand something, but he still couldn't grasp the main point. He asked, specifically, you're too persistent. So, when you use the sword, you want to be perfect. But it is precisely because you have always wanted to be perfect that you are unable to truly achieve perfection. Because you've trapped yourself. Chu Yang frowned and said, let's take the most obvious example. For example, children playing games. The game itself isn't important, but as long as you immerse yourself in it and reach the point where you forget yourself, no matter what game it is, you will be able to enjoy yourself. Because the game itself is for pleasure. When you feel pleasure, you have achieved the goal of the game. You don't have to care about the game itself because the game serves the mood, and not the mood serves the game. Gu Duxing was suddenly enlightened. I understand now. I remember that in the land of martial arts, there are, and everyone knows that. It is. The body is the heaven and the earth, and the heart is the heaven and the earth. If there is no heaven, there is no me, and if there is no me, there is no heaven. Chu Yang chuckled. Everyone takes it as a saying, but he wouldn't think about it. It is precisely these most ordinary words that are the most profound of martial principles. Unity of heaven and man. The state of selflessness. It wasn't that he had lost his sense of self. Instead, it was a realm. The realm isn't the self, and it's also not a person. Chu Yang said heavily, you're treating the realm as a person. It's that simple. Gu Duxing was sweating all over, but his eyes were shining brightly. He said, I really understand now. Chu Yang smiled and walked a few steps away, leaving Gu Duxing alone on the scene. Gu Duxing thought for a long time. Finally, he began to draw his sword and dance, faster and faster. This time, even Ao Xieyun and the others, who were far away, could feel that the trajectory of Gu Duxing's sword moves this time was full of traces of spirituality. The four of you. Chu Yang went over and looked at GMO, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I really want to exclude you. GMO's face was bitter, and he pursed his lips. I suffered a great loss. I underestimated the enemy. Yes, that's right. Underestimated the enemy. I was just about to say that. Chu Yang nodded. GMO, have you seen a lion before? GMO was confused. Yes, I have. Why? Then have you seen a rabbit? Chu Yang continued. I've seen one before. Then do you think the lion is stronger or the rabbit is stronger? Asked Chu Yang. This question made even Ao Xian and Xia Danxiong feel like laughing. How is that even comparable? GMO scratched his head. The rabbit is the lion's food. Isn't that obvious? Chu Yang nodded. But have you noticed that the lion catches the rabbit? He took in a long breath. There's a saying that goes, a lion catches a rabbit with all its might. The lion's strength is thousands of times that of a rabbit, and its body is dozens of times bigger. But it still catches the rabbit with all its might. What right do you have to underestimate the enemy? What right do you have to underestimate the enemy? Chu Yang said sternly, underestimating the enemy is a crime. A capital crime. Cold sweat dripped down GMO's head. Since ancient times, many heroes have died in the hands of opponents who were much weaker than them because they underestimated the enemy. There are many such lessons in the heavens, but you still make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. I've been wandering for so long, and almost all the opponents who died in my hands were stronger than me, but they all died under my sword, because they underestimated the enemy. Chu Yang said sternly, if you don't change this mistake of yours, one day, you will die in the hands of others. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and shouted, do you understand? GMO only felt that his chaotic mind suddenly became clear. He said, yes. Chu Yang's shout was a kind of supreme spiritual secret technique, enlightening wisdom. Whether it was GMO who bore the brunt of it, or Ao Xieyun, Xie Danqiong and Luo Kadi who were beside him, they all felt their minds become much clearer in an instant. Little wolf, you didn't do anything wrong. Your shortcomings are still the same as before, a little reckless. Also, you have a lot of desperate moves. Chu Yang pondered and said to Luo Kadi, you like wolves, and your battle tactics are also similar to the style of wolves. But you have to remember, when wolves, especially packs of wolves, fight, the alpha wolf usually stands on the high ground and commands. It won't participate in the battle personally. Although it won't participate in the battle, as long as the alpha wolf still exists, the pack of wolves will never disperse. But in your battle, you even rushed up with the alpha wolf. Chu Yang patted his shoulder. Think about it carefully. Luo Kadi was convinced. Yes, these few words had simply spoken to his heart. Especially when he used Luo Kadi's favorite wolf pack as an analogy, it made him completely understand the meaning of his words. It was more effective than any other explanation. The lethality of the viburnum flower lies in its illusory and ethereal nature. You are already illusory enough, but the purpose is too strong. Therefore, although your viburnum flower is beautiful enough when it blooms, but it has an obvious murderous aura. Chu Yang said to Xie Danqiong, if the opponent is an expert, he only needs to close his eyes and sense the direction of your murderous aura, and he will be able to break your viburnum flower. Xie Danqiong pondered and said, hide the murderous aura? Yes. Chu Yang said, only by hiding the murderous aura. Only by leaving behind a dazzling illusion in full bloom is the real viburnum flower. Xie Danqiong frowned. I have also thought about this problem before. But if I want to hide the murderous aura, I need to hide the murderous intent in my heart. But if I don't have any murderous intent, how can I defeat the enemy? Chu Yang nodded. I gave an example to the little wolf and GMO just now. Now, I will give you another example. Danqiong, I don't know if you have noticed, but there is a kind of flower. When it blooms, it is very beautiful and fragrant. But once a small animal or bird is attracted by the fragrance, when it lands in the heart of the flower, this flower will close in an instant and devour the flying animal, destroying it. Xie Danqiong's eyes widened. I know. This is a murderous flower. Yes. Chu Yang smiled slightly. The viburnum flower is another kind of murderous flower. If you practice the viburnum flower to the level of a murderous flower, you will be able to move unhindered in the upper three heavens and protect yourself. Xie Danqiong fell into deep thought for a long time. What about me? Seeing that Gu Duxing and Xie Danqiong had all benefited, Ao Xian couldn't help but be excited and couldn't wait to ask. You? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He only didn't understand Ao Xieyun's attack method. Maybe I will in the future, but I really can't see anything from you now. Because you can only unleash the greatest power when you use the Divine Dragon's secret manual. So I won't comment on your previous martial arts. But I don't understand the Divine Dragon's secret manual. Chu Yang said. Oh, I see. Ao Xieyun was a little disappointed. But I have a vague feeling. I don't know if it's right. Chu Yang said, when you use it, although the moves are very skillful and smooth, it gives me a very childish feeling. Very childish? Ao Xieyun's whole body shook. Yes. It's like a child who hasn't grown up, or who hasn't grown up yet, waving a saber that only an adult can use. Chu Yang made another analogy and said, it's beyond my power. Ao Xieyun fell into deep thought. Yes, I have that feeling too. But what's strange is that I don't feel strained. That's what really puzzles me. Generally speaking, when using a technique or move that one's body can't support, there should be a feeling that one's strength is being drained. But I didn't. I think there's only one explanation. Chu Yang pondered and said, it's your bloodline. On one hand, your bloodline has awakened, but on the other hand, your bloodline hasn't fully awakened. Ao Sheyun nodded. He guessed so too, but he didn't know how to fully awaken it. As Chu Young spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He took out a golden stone and said, "Look at this. This is something I took from the treasure vault in the lower three heavens. I only know that there's a strange power in it. I can feel it now, but I can't use it. I don't know what it's used for." Chu Yang said softly, "I only know that this is called Golden Dragon Jade. When I thought of your bloodline, I took it out." When he looked up, he realized that Ao Sheyan was already stunned. He looked at the head-sized golden dragon jade in Chu Yang's hands with shining eyes. His body even trembled a little. This is a dragon core. When Ao Sheyun saw it, a strange feeling rose in his heart. Now that he blurted out this sentence, Ao Sheyun dared to swear that he didn't know the two words dragon core at all before this. And even after saying it out loud, he still didn't know what a dragon core was used for. Chapter 1233. Dragon Core. Chu Yang was stunned. What's the use of it? When Ao Sheyun saw the dragon core, he suddenly felt his mind churn. As he sorted it out, he said, "The dragon core is where the essence of a divine dragon lies. When every divine dragon is destroyed, all the essence in its body will automatically gather and form a core. On the outside, it will be wrapped in a crystal formed by the dragon soul, making it look like a piece of jade on the surface. No matter how much time has passed, it will still exist. This is also the most important inheritance of the dragon race, because a young dragon needs too much time to grow up, and the fertility rate of the dragon race is very low to begin with. If not for this, the dragon race would have long been extinct. After the dragon core is formed, other races can't use it at all except for the dragon race. It can only be treated as a beautiful piece of jade to be admired. Therefore, the value of this thing to the world is not great, but to the dragon race, it is the most valuable treasure." Chu Yang finally understood. So it's this kind of thing. Then, he raised his hand and threw the dragon core over. "Here you go." Ao Sheyun was shocked and hurriedly caught the dragon core. "Why are you so careless with such a valuable thing? Just throw it away like that?" Baidu search, Pig Island novel, there was a hint of indignation. "Didn't you say that this thing can't be destroyed?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "It won't break even if I drop it. I've dropped it many times." Ao Sheyun's heart ached so much that the flesh on his face was twitching. "Although you gave this dragon core to me, I really want to beat you up after hearing what you said." "Haha." Chu Yang laughed. "How long do you need to absorb this thing? How much can you improve after absorbing it?" Ao Sheyun smiled bitterly. "You think too highly of me. The dragon core can only be formed by an adult dragon. The power inside is so strong that it's practically unparalleled. With my current strength, I can't break the skin at all. Even if I can, it will explode instantly. It will also explode in an instant." Ao Sheyun pouted. "Just a poof sound, like a fart." Then, I turned into the shape of a fart. Luo Kadi and GMO winked, and both of them laughed. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Then, keep it first. When you can absorb it, absorb it. That's the only way." Ao Sheyun calculated for a while. "I reckon that when I reach Supreme Martial Artist level, I'll have the ability to absorb it." "All right." Chu Yang nodded solemnly. As the saying goes, God knows when. Xiet Danqiong burst into laughter. When they finally left, the sky was already close to noon. The banquet was about to start, so he wasn't going back. GMO looked back 3 times with each step. His face was full of guilt, and his heart was at a loss. After the person left, Nyang Jun finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, someone started to make things difficult for him. "Albua, what's the matter with you?" Xie Danqiong's wife and Huyan Albua were already quite familiar with each other. At this moment, of course, she wouldn't be polite with her words. "You brought us here just to let us see our man become a dragon head?" Huyan Aobo's face was flushed red as she tried to defend herself. "It's not. It's because GMO said that today he could show off his power and teach Big Brother a lesson. So I came to see." "Huh." The women laughed together and rolled their eyes. Well, we saw it. Huyen Ao Bo's face was red. Miss Alba had never been so embarrassed in her life. Now that she was provoked, she couldn't control her anger. She rushed forward and shouted, "GMO, you bastard! Stop right there!" In front, GMO was rushing with his tail between his legs. When he heard that, he was shocked. "Big brother, let's go quickly. You're jealous." Chu Yang, he squinted his eyes. "I haven't settled the score with you yet. Why did you find so many young soldiers to watch the battle? You think you're going to win, right? No wonder you were the first to fight. You even put on such a cool front." Everyone laughed. Jimo's face was red as he pleaded, "Big brother, if we don't go now, it'll be too late. All right, let's go quickly." Chu Yang gave him a look and said, "But you stay." Before he finished, Ao Sheyun and Luo Kadi attacked at the same time, firmly suppressing GMO and pressing him to the ground. GMO screamed loudly, "Big brother, I'll die. I'll really die." As he spoke, Huyen Alba had already arrived. Her burly body rushed over like a bull, stomping the ground loudly. "GMO, you bastard, where are you going?" Ao Sheyun grabbed GMO, who couldn't resist, and laughed loudly. "Alba, I'll leave GMO to you. The two of you can slowly whisper sweet nothings to each other." Then, with a shake of his hand, Second Master G was thrown out like a ball towards Huyen Alba. GMO screamed out in an extremely miserable manner, "Brothers like you, I, GMO, am truly, Then, it was replaced by screams. Ao Sheyun and the rest, together with Chu Yang, laughed and went back in a relaxed manner, not even looking back. Behind them, the sounds of beating and GMO's miserable begging could be heard continuously. They went further and further away, until they couldn't be heard anymore. Ao Tianqing's birthday party was very popular and grand. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Halfway through, GMO came back with a bruised nose and a swollen face. His mouth was accidentally punched by Miss Huyen, and one side was swollen. Furthermore, he wasn't allowed to use his energy to heal himself. But what kind of person was Second Master G? How could he be stumped by such a small matter? He found a thin tube and inserted it into the wine cup. Then, he sucked on the tube with the side of his mouth that wasn't swollen. Once someone said cheers, Second Master G immediately sucked hard. With a sizzle sound, the entire cup of wine was gone. Convenient and fast. How thick was Second Master G's skin in the face of the strange gazes from around him? He didn't care about them at all. Furthermore, he could still stand up and look left and right while drinking with the tube in his mouth, looking around proudly. There was a feeling of, "I'm the only one sober when everyone is drunk." The expressions on Chu Yang and the rest's faces were too horrible to look at. They all turned to the side, with an expression of, "I don't know him, It was too embarrassing. At the banquet, Ao Tianqing directly announced his marriage. Furthermore, this Ao clan leader was indeed a sly old fox. He said it so smoothly that not a single drop of water leaked out. "Today is my birthday. Thank you all for coming to support me. Let me first toast to everyone. I'm sincerely grateful. Other than that, I'll announce another shocking piece of good news. The world-famous second pavilion master, Gu Duxing, will marry the Gu clan's young miss in 7 days. At that time, I'll hold a grand banquet in the Gu clan and invite all the heroes in the world." Yes, I'm really old and muddle-headed. I almost forgot a world-shaking piece of news. Ao Tianqing patted his forehead in self-reproach. He was in high spirits. Pavilion Master Gu is not only the second pavilion master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Furthermore, he's the first supreme martial artist to appear in the entire 3 heavens. Supreme martial artist. These 4 words directly shocked the entire hall into silence. 3 heavens. A supreme martial artist actually appeared? A legendary supreme martial artist? Moreover, for the sake of the order of the 3 heavens, for the sake of everyone being able to peacefully get rich, for the sake of peace and safety, well, this old man, together with the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, the Dark Bamboo, the Gu clan, the Luo clan, the Dong clan, the Ji clan, the Xie clan, and the other clans, we have a joint discussion. We are preparing to take advantage of the Pavilion Lord Gu's wedding and the gathering of the heroes of the world to determine the situation of the three heavens, to sort out the order of the three heavens. Ao Tianqing sighed. The three heavens are too chaotic now. There are too many forces. They need to be eliminated. At this point, the people below held their breaths. Determine the situation of the three heavens from now on? Sort out the order? How? Who needs to be eliminated? This is too important. Ao Tianqing coughed a few times and said, as everyone knows, this is a wedding. Of course, we need to send gifts. With Pavilion Master Gu's status, he won't be interested in ordinary gold and silver. Everyone, don't you think so? Yes. Many people below curled their lips and shouted. What the fuck? He won't even be interested in gold and silver. Yes, so everyone will reluctantly send some heavenly treasures as a token of appreciation. Or rare and precious metals. Those are useless to everyone, right? Clan Master Ao said the most sanctimonious words. However, I'll solemnly declare that each force is only allowed to send one. No more. If anyone sends more than that, our clans will be angry with you. Countless people curled their lips. Heavenly treasures? Even one is hard to find. He's actually afraid that we'll send too many? Do we look like 250 people? Useless to us? Who said that? How do you know it's useless for us to keep it? Of course, everyone knows that although the Gu clan is big, they don't have much surplus food. In order to prevent people from cheating, we set up a heaven and earth treasure inspection team. The group of people cursed in their hearts, scam for food and drink? How many people in the three heavens had such guts? The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's pavilion master was getting married, and there was actually someone who dared to cheat him out of food and drink? Even if you're joking, you can't do that. Yes, the inspection team will evaluate these heavenly treasures according to their value and rank them first, second, third, and unrated. As a show of sincerity, our clans will cooperate with the friends who give us first-class gifts and treat them as friends, right? G. The magpie imitates the female Sun Dian Zheng Hui Niu Zhaochen magpie imitates the female Sun Dian Zheng Hui Niu Zhaochen magpie imitates the female Sun Dian 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 Ji. It's such an insult to give me a mediocre gift at the most important moment of my life. This was simply an extremely heinous provocation. We are all men. If we put ourselves in your shoes, who can endure such humiliation? This is trampling on the faces of the 8 great clans, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and the Dark Bamboo at the same time. We will not tolerate such people. Absolutely not. Ao Tianqing looked at the crowd and sincerely asked for their opinions. Don't you think so? Right? Everyone in the hall pinched their noses and shouted bitterly at the same time. Yes. Ao Tianqing stroked his beard and smiled. My friends, you're all reasonable. Today is Vice Moderator Ben Xian's birthday. Let us wish our Vice Moderator a happy day. In these few months, Vice Moderator Ben Xian has been conscientious and hardworking. That's why his comments are so popular and harmonious. Chapter 1234. At the Gu family's wedding reception area, Heavenly Treasures Reception. These nondescript words were hung up ostentatiously. A large flag of 70 to 80 feet in length and width was erected hundreds of feet high, flying fiercely in the air. The worst thing was that these words were written in an extremely ugly manner. Among the brothers, there were definitely many who were good at writing. Mo Tianji, Xie Danqiong, and Ao Xieyun could be said to be calligraphy masters of their generation. But the problem was that everyone wanted to write, so they played rock, paper, scissors. The result left everyone flabbergasted. In the end, the one who won was the worst writer, the most ignorant and incompetent, the most gluttonous and lazy GMO. Second Master G walked with a majestic posture, holding a brush as if he was waving a sword in battle. He waved his brush in a crooked manner, big and small. Every time Gu Duxing saw this large flag, he would feel his calves twitching as he cursed in his stomach. Every time he saw GMO, he wanted to kill him alive. Other people's armies still couldn't break through Gu Duxing's cold face. But Second Master Ji only needed to write a few words to do it easily. How could such a large flag, and it was made of thick satin, be blown up without wind? It wouldn't work even if the wind wasn't strong enough. Looking at the flag drooping like a dead fish, Grand Duke Ao Xieyun was furious. He sent out 10 Emperor-level experts to create wind with their palms. They had to see the flag fluttering in the wind every moment. The 10 Emperor-level experts' faces turned bitter. In the three heavens, Emperor-level experts were already so awesome that people looked up to them. Who would have thought that they would be reduced to hairdryers today? Ao Xieyun and Xie Danqiong were in charge of the acceptance and bookkeeping. Heavenly Armament Pavilion shopkeeper Chu Yang was in charge of keeping them in the warehouse. As for GMO and Luo Kudi, they were in charge of scolding and praising people. Such an arrangement was really making the best use of everyone's talents. On the first afternoon of the acceptance team's opening, they received countless heavenly treasures. Ao Xieyun and Xie Danqiong, who were in charge of bookkeeping, each recorded 4 thick books. The leader of Little Pig Mountain sends a congratulatory gift, a 5,000-year-old snow ginseng, to congratulate Pavilion Master and Miss Gu on their marriage. The leader of Big Chicken Mountain sends a congratulatory gift, to congratulate Pavilion Master and Miss Gu. The leader of Giant Bull Gorge, the leader of Duck Slope. Chu Yang looked at the list. The corners of his mouth twitched. Motherfucker, what kind of names are these? Ao Xieyun judged as he accepted the gift. 2nd grade, 2nd class, 3rd class. Every time Ao Xieyun and Xie Danqiong called out 3rd class, GMO and Luo Kadi would immediately explode. They would fly into a rage and jump out to give them a good beating. Bastard, are you here to disgust me? Bastard, do you want to die? Dog ant, what the hell did you give me? Grandma, he's simply not up to standard. Every time this happened, the one who was beaten would feel extremely wronged. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He had already spent hundreds of thousands of taels. Outside, the people who were waiting in line to present their gifts were all deathly pale. Their legs were trembling as if they were playing the pipa. My mother, this is too cruel. Nothing was too strange in this vast world. Who would get married this way? In just one afternoon, he had received more than 1,000 gifts, and the highest was a 2nd-class gift. Most of them were 3rd class. Only those who had an especially bad reputation and committed all kinds of evil deeds, no matter how good their gifts were judged as not up to standard. Anyway, no one knew what they had given. The name list of those who were not up to standard was immediately sent out. Then, all the big clans immediately began to hunt them down. Such swift and decisive action. Instantly, everyone kept quiet out of fear. On the first day, the leaders of all the big clans came one after another. All of their gifts were judged to be 1st class. In the afternoon, along with the thunderous sound of horse hooves, all the Dark Bamboo Hall leaders came one after another to present their gifts. Finally, Duke Yu came. Duke Yu's personal arrival caused a huge uproar. Furthermore, what was even more surprising was, Duke Yu came with his new wife to congratulate him. This caused everyone to feel even more terrified. Gu Duxing was the first person in history who could make Duke Yu of Dark Bamboo so solemn. In 7 days' time, it was equivalent to scraping a layer of land from 3 days' time. They received a total of 17,000 sets of heavenly treasures and rare metals. Such a huge number made Chu Yang a little shocked. Furthermore, there were many treasures among them. This day was the wedding day. Within the territory of the Gu clan, the 10-mile-long streets were paved with red silk. Flowers were everywhere. Lanterns and colored banners were everywhere. Everyone was beaming with joy. Along with the howl of the Wolf Sword Supreme martial artist Luo Kadi, an earth-shattering salute sounded at the same time. Banners suddenly unfolded in the sky. Congratulations to Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling on their wedding day. Chu Yang is here to congratulate you. Heaven is here to congratulate you. Congratulations to Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling on their wedding day. Dark Bamboo is here to congratulate you. Grow old together. Raise your eyebrows. Congratulations to Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling on their wedding day. Ao Clan Xieyun is here to congratulate you. Congratulations to Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling on their wedding day. Xie Clan's Danqiang is here to congratulate you. Luo Clan is here to congratulate you. Tianji is here to congratulate you. Amidst the clamor, a sword light suddenly soared into the sky. The biting cold sword aura completely materialized. For lines of big words appeared arrogantly in midair just like that. Walking the world alone is at the prime of my life. Childhood sweethearts, a lifetime of love. I am the hero of the world. The sword light swept across the sky. With the sky as paper, the sword light is ink, and the sword is brush. 28 big words were written. They actually didn't dissipate for a long time. As if countless lightning bolts had written big words, they appeared in midair. It was Duke Yu's work. This sword light seemed to have kicked off the curtains. The brothers immediately imitated it. For a moment, the sword aura in the sky was everywhere. The supreme martial artist's charm was everywhere, shuttling back and forth, causing the surrounding hundreds of miles to tremble in fear. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the bridal escort team began to set off. Gu Duxing was dressed in red and wore a big red flower. Riding on a snow-white horse, he was the first to ride out of the Gu clan's gate. The bridal escort team was huge. Chu Yang, Imo Tianji, Ao Xieyun, Xie Danqiang, GMO, Luo Kadi, and so on. Gu Duxing rode on a white horse at the front, indicating that they would grow old together. The brothers circled around the sea of flowers and then slowly returned, entering the Gu clan from another door. Amidst the sounds of gongs and drums, the bride was brought out, circled around, and then returned to the Gu clan. Everyone was very serious during this process. Only when they came back after picking up the bride, GMO and Luo Ku puffed up their cheeks. They couldn't hold it in any longer, and actually laughed out loud. Then, there was a burst of laughter, coupled with whistles and howls. It was a mess. On this day, the Gu clan's wine was brought out at a high price. For a moment, the smell of wine filled the air within a radius of 500 miles. Everyone drank until they were dead drunk. All the wine in the Gu clan's territory was used up. The Gu clan had stored many years of good wine. They all drank until the bottom of the jar was turned upside down. As a result, when the Gu clan master wanted to drink wine at night, he asked around and found that other than the wine left for the bride and groom, there was no wine left. Tens of thousands of people were partying, and they were all martial artists. Every one of them could only drink 3 to 5 caddies of wine. Those who could drink 20 to 30 caddies of wine in this way. Each person could drink 10 caddies of wine. That was a full 400,000 to 500,000 caddies of wine. Cough. This is nonsense. It seems to be the biggest liquor factory in our country. Cough, cough. I don't know how much it produces. I don't know. That night, Luo Kadi wanted to go into the bridal chamber. However, he was punched and kicked several times by Gu Duxing. GMO drank too much early and disappeared without a trace. After chasing away this pack of wolves with great difficulty, Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling entered the bridal chamber. The two of them whispered sweet nothings to each other for a long time. The two of them had been together since they were young. They didn't know how many twists and turns they had gone through. Now that they were finally together, they felt extremely happy and satisfied. Seeing that it was already late at night, the two of them were preparing to drink wine and go to bed. At this critical moment, someone suddenly coughed repeatedly, followed by someone crying out in pain. Then, Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling were dumbfounded. They saw Second Master Ji struggling to use his hands and feet. He crawled out from under the bed, and there was a brand new urinal on his head. After he came out, he looked left and right and scratched his head in confusion. Where is this? Gu Miaoling let out a scream. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. Gu Duxing's face was full of black lines. He grabbed GMO and dragged him out, punching and kicking him violently. GMO was extremely wronged. He defended himself repeatedly. I don't know either. I really don't know how I got there. I really don't know. It turned out that GMO only remembered that he was drunk. After that, he lost his memory. He didn't know who restrained him, forced him into a state of tortoiseshell, and stuffed him under Gu Duxing's new bed. But at this point, how would Gu Duxing listen to his explanation? GMO turned into a dragon head again. He was directly thrown out by Gu Duxing, and this matter actually became an unsolved case. GMO clearly knew that it was definitely Chu Yang and the others who did it, but he didn't know who was so mischievous. He investigated openly and secretly, extorted a confession through torture and begged, but he still couldn't figure out who was so talented, until many years later, when Rue Badong got married and GMO was knocked out and stuffed under the bed again. Did he vaguely remember that it was actually Emo Tianji, this sanctimonious person who did it? But before this, who would suspect Emo Tianji? They would rather suspect Chu Yang than Emo Tianji. These few days were exceptionally pleasant. Gu Duxing was a newlywed, so of course he was in high spirits. But the other brothers also had an exceptionally happy time with Chu Yang here. Everyone had enough fun and practiced martial arts. When they were tired of practicing, they drank and bragged. They were infinitely lazy. Of course, Emo Tianji was an exception. Emo Tianji was using this limited information to make inferences step by step. He was making plans step by step. When Chu Yang met him in the study, he realized that Emo Tianji had already sorted out the information about the big clans. There were dozens of types. They were sorted and put into the book, and Emo Tianji was still frowning and saying incomplete things. Chu Yang only took one look and immediately felt a headache coming on. He had never thought that someone's thinking could be so meticulous. Chapter 1235. Happy days always passed exceptionally quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Under the stirring of this wedding, the 3 days were completely purged. They became a single entity. The strong alliance between the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and the various clans, as well as the Dark Bamboo, was completely stabilized. Currently, they were transforming into a huge and powerful fighting group. There were only 5 days left before Chu Yang's 3-month time limit. Chu Yang took advantage of this period of time to use all the resources he had on him that could be used on his brothers. Only the sword spirit had not woken up, so he couldn't refine the incomplete version of the heavy pill. After the wedding, Duke Yu had a long talk with Chu Yang alone. After that, he left excitedly. He said that he was going back to prepare. Ao Sheyan came to look for Chu Yang. Actually, the Ao clan also has people in the upper 3 heavens. It's just that, in the current situation, Chu Yang laughed bitterly. I've thought about this before. Back then, the Li clan had people in the upper 3 heavens. As the number 1 clan in the upper 3 heavens, how could the Ao clan not have any connections with the upper 3 heavens? However, Tribulation and the big clans are mortal enemies now. Even if they had connections in the past, I'm afraid that's not enough. I was afraid that you would be put in a difficult position, so I didn't ask at all. Ao Sheyan was silent. What Chu Yang said was right. The current situation was already like this. Even if Chu Yang and the rest wouldn't deal with the big clans wouldn't let them off either. Under such a premise, no matter what connections they had in the past, they could pretty much ignore them. After all, it wasn't their own clan. On this day, Chu Yang gathered all his brothers, including Gu Duxing and Emo Tianji. I'm going back soon. Currently, the heavenly passage hasn't opened. I'm the only one who can pass through. Also, I can only come down this once. I'll tell you what I should. I've already told you all during this period of time. Don't slack off in the future. Make use of all the time to improve your strength. You can go to the Lake of Despair to train in the future. There, I'm not afraid of you guys fighting there. The next time we meet, when I get the Tribulation Sword Fragment, the entire heavens will be fully opened. That's when the real chaos will arrive. I estimate this time, at most 1 more year. I request that, no matter what method you use, you must raise your strength to 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist. This is my minimum requirement. Even if you guys die, it's better than being killed by others, because at that time, there will be no buffer. Everything will be real. Before the heaven passage opens, hide the important members of your family. Then, as soon as the passageway was opened, the first thing that happened was charge. The brothers listened in silence and nodded their heads. Emo Tianji pondered for a moment and said, "Boss, after we go up, I'll contact you depending on the situation. If the situation is complicated and dangerous, We will make our own decisions. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. That's right. When the time comes, all of you will listen to the orders of the heavens. Once you go up, your identities will definitely be exposed. You must be aware of this. He understood Mo Tianji's meaning very well. Hiding in the dark was always much better than being exposed in the open. Mo Tianji's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. He slowly nodded and said, "Don't worry, big brother. I will make arrangements in advance. Whether it's the upper three heavens or the future heaven imperial court that you mentioned, they're all humans. As long as it's a human, no matter if it's a conspiracy or something else, we're not afraid." Chu Yang nodded deeply. Then, he focused his eyes and looked at the faces of all his brothers. Brothers. When the time comes, we will laugh proudly in the heavens together. Gu Duxing and the others nodded slowly, their eyes shining. The things that I gave you. When you go back, give them to your parents and your women to increase their strength. Unforeseen circumstances may happen. It's better for everyone to have some ability to protect themselves. Chu Yang exhorted. Yes, it was naturally the safest and most efficient for Chu Yang to increase their strength. However, it was the most comfortable for their families to do it themselves. The filial piety of their children and grandchildren was the greatest happiness of the elderly. The protection of their loved ones was a woman's dream. Chu Yang doing it and Ao Xieyun and the rest doing it themselves were two completely different concepts and feelings. The meaning was completely different. Chu Yang fully considered everyone's feelings. Also, those purple crystals are enough for you to use at the highest efficiency for cultivation for a year and a half. Don't be reluctant to use them. Chu Yang smiled. Countless purple crystal mines in the upper three heavens are waiting for you. Early in the morning, Chu Yang packed his luggage. The sky was still dark. He quietly floated out of the window and silently rose hundreds of feet into the air. Standing high up in the sky, he looked at the houses in the night sky with warmth in his eyes. Inside, my brother is sleeping. He quietly glanced at it, and then his body spun in the air, disappearing without a trace. Chu Yang sped toward the passageway, back to the upper three heavens at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Brother, we will meet again. This time, I am very happy, especially when Du Xing held a wedding because of my return. This made me even more touched. I will go back and lay down my foundation. I will wait for you to come. I will try my best, so that when you come up, it won't be too difficult. Chu Yang disappeared into the night sky without looking back. Boss has left. Gu Duxing stood in front of the window and retracted his aura. Only his eyes were focused on the night sky. The other brothers also did the same. Everyone's eyes were shining. A fourth-grade supreme martial artist in a year's time. They quickly settled the matters that needed to be settled. Then, the brothers would go to the Lake of Despair. To achieve this goal, no matter what, one day, we will appear in the upper three heavens with great strength. Then, Boss Wushang and the rest wouldn't have to fight alone and without help. Chu Yang sped all the way and finally reached the passageway in the afternoon. Just as he was about to enter the passageway, he suddenly felt as if someone was spying on him. But when he quickly turned around, he didn't find anything. Chu Yang frowned and looked around, but found nothing. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, Chu Yang didn't have time to check carefully. He jumped into the passageway. The passageway quickly disappeared. The ground turned into a proof of entry. There wasn't a single gap. After the passageway closed, two figures quietly appeared behind the mountain rocks. They walked slowly to the place where the passageway used to be. They stared deeply. It was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in black. His long hair was loose and he was tall and straight. But his face was a little strange. The left side of his face and the right side of his face were completely opposite. His left eyebrow was like a shocking sword that pierced straight up, while his right eyebrow was like a 1,000-foot waterfall that poured down in torrents. One of his eyes was like a full moon, while the other was like a crescent moon. In between his eyebrows, there was a flame-shaped birthmark. At this moment, it was actually shining brightly. The young girl beside him had a strong and graceful figure. Her face was full of heroic spirit. At this moment, the young girl turned to look at the man. She asked, "Why don't you show yourself and meet him?" The man's eyes were deep like a deep pool. He looked at the place where Chu Yang disappeared and said softly, I don't know either. The current me. Who is it? The young girl sighed. Ever since you sensed it, you rushed over from 30,000 miles away. But you just looked at the back? Didn't you want to ask your master? You. The man's long hair moved without wind. He forced a smile and said in a low voice, When I completely merge, I will meet them. But now, I'm afraid I will hurt them. I don't have the confidence to control myself, so I'd rather not meet them. He stood quietly for a while and turned to ask the young girl, Do you want to go to your house to take a look? If you want to go, I will send you back. Okay, let's go. The man held the young girl and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he stopped again, as if he wanted to look back. But in the end, he didn't. With a long roar, the two soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance like lightning. In the future, thunder will shake, and the demon lord will ascend to the heavens. As Chu Yang sped through the passageway, he thought, Who is that person in the dark? To be able to hide from my divine sense? There aren't many people like that in the upper three heavens. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Chu Yang's body shook, and he immediately stopped. Could it be Tan Tan? At this moment, Chu Yang wanted to go back, but as he walked past, the passageway behind him had completely collapsed and was blocked. Chu Yang sighed and flew forward. He gritted his teeth. If I find out in the future that today is really that small, I will definitely beat him to death. Upper three heavens, wind thunder platform. A few days ago, there was an earth-shattering commotion at the wind thunder platform. The mountains shook and several nearby mountains even caused avalanches. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted attention. Then, the Li clan, which was the closest to this place, immediately sent people to investigate. But they discovered that the wind thunder platform's ancient wonder, that strange stone pillar that had stood upright for 100,000 years, had actually been chopped off by someone. When this news got back, the entire Li clan was furious. Who was so bored to come to this world of ice and snow to chop stones for fun? This wind thunder platform had been a strange sight here for 100,000 years. If we didn't want it to exist, wouldn't we have chopped it off countless times? Looking at the scene, it was obviously intentional destruction. Such a tall stone was actually chopped off section by section starting from the top. A stone pillar that was more than 10,000 feet tall. It was actually chopped into more than 10,000 pieces. Every piece was about the same size, and the cut was very neat. How bored must one be to do such an extremely painful thing? Now that the stone pillar had fallen, the wind thunder platform also disappeared. The Li clan was furious. The wind thunder platform's existence wasn't as simple as a natural wonder, because every year, when the lightning was at its weakest, there would still be people from the Li clan who would come here to train their spirit. With the help of this mighty power of heaven and earth, they would stimulate and solidify their spirit. And now, this place of training was gone just like that. In their fury, the Li clan sent out several teams of experts, each led by a supreme martial artist, to investigate this matter. After a round of on-site investigation and deduction, the Li clan came to this conclusion. Firstly, this person was definitely an expert. Secondly, this person must have thought that there must be treasures here with the continuous lightning and thunder. But looking at the situation, it was obvious that the person had chopped all the way to the very bottom and hadn't found anything. Because if he had, he definitely wouldn't have chopped so much. Chapter 1236. Everyone understood. If they put themselves in his shoes, they would definitely feel indignant if they didn't manage to find anything after spending so much effort. Therefore, he would definitely come again. Therefore, many people from the Li clan were lying in ambush on both sides of the wind thunder platform, waiting for him. All of them were filled with rage. As long as you dare to come, I'll skin you alive. There's treasure? If there's really a treasure, you won't have a chance. But now, the Li clan had already been waiting in this freezing wind thunder platform for close to 3 months, and there was still no movement. Everyone was already slacking off. Could it be that the person wasn't coming? Or did they discover our movements and flee? If that was the case, it would really be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find such a person in the vast heavens. Li Donghai, a fourth-grade supreme martial artist, was the person in charge of this operation. At this moment, he looked up at the dense snowflakes in the sky, his expression somewhat worried. The 5 white-robed elders beside him were the main force of this operation, 5 supreme martial artists. They were also Li Donghai's brothers. Brother Dong, in my opinion, that person must have received the news and won't come again, Li Nanshan said. The few people beside him agreed. Indeed, the feeling here was definitely not good. Even supreme martial artists had to circulate their energy to resist the cold. And in order not to alert the enemy, they weren't even allowed to warm themselves by the fire these few days. Wasn't this just torturing them? I didn't consider these, Li Donghai said softly. The wind-thunder platform has been here for 100,000 years. He's definitely not the only one who suspects that there's a treasure hidden under the wind-thunder platform. Even our Li clan had such suspicions back then, Li Donghai said deeply. We even sent people to investigate back then. We also thought of digging up this wind-thunder platform to see what exactly is there. What was the result? Li Beixing was excited. Yes, the result was that the ancestor was injured by the wind and thunder when he went down to an unknown depth. Li Donghai said worriedly. Later on, we specially found a powerful person from the Zhuge clan to investigate. It was only then that they confirmed that this is a place where the universe is overturned and the power of the wind and thunder comes from the heavens. Then, the 2 peaks here reflected each other, neither giving way to the other. That's why such a situation happened. It's not some heavenly treasure. However, at that time, Senior Zhuge Sangqiong had also said that, as long as there was still the power of wind and thunder, this wind-thunder platform was indestructible. Not even a supreme martial artist can do it. This matter has always been our family's biggest secret, Li Donghai said solemnly, but now, the wind-thunder platform is gone. Everyone was stunned. Li Donghai took a deep breath, and a few snowflakes flew into his mouth. He said worriedly, this person? To destroy the wind-thunder platform directly with a sword. Then, how high is this person's cultivation? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the primogenitor had been injured, but this person had dug out the wind-thunder platform? If that's the case, what's the point of the family sending us here? Li Nanshan said. Although this is a secret, the patriarch and the elders should know about it. If I'm not wrong, we are the first batch out in the open. As for the dark, there will definitely be experts from the clan lying in ambush, Li Donghai said. So, no matter what we do, the clan has the confidence to clean up the mess. Moreover, although the family appeared to be furious, they were still very angry. But in reality, I have my misgivings. I don't want to become his mortal enemy. Li Donghai lowered his voice. It's fine if that person doesn't come. But once he comes, let's talk and do things, but don't go too far. If we become sacrifices for benefits, that would be too unjust. Sacrifices for benefits? The other 5 were dumbfounded, and their faces turned pale. Thinking about it carefully, this was really very possible. Think about it. The person who came was unrivaled. They rushed up in anger and offended him. At this moment, someone from the clan suddenly appeared and punished them severely. Then, they apologized to the other party and asked to become friends. What kind of honor was this? I even punished this supreme martial artist for you. You're still not giving me face? This was not the first time the Li clan had done something like this, especially now that the situation was precarious. The other 8 super clans all saw the Li clan as enemies. They needed strong reinforcements even more. So, in the end, they would probably be the unlucky ones. Then we still have to make some adjustments. What if? The other 5 instantly turned from anger to calmness. But, before they could finish their sentence, a huge change suddenly happened at this moment. All was quiet. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from midair. Even this supreme martial artist was shaken by this loud sound, and his entire body trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. Not knowing what was going on, everyone looked up. They saw that the dark clouds that had not dissipated for 100,000 years suddenly parted in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds that had accumulated for 100,000 years in the sky above the snowfield actually dissipated completely. The entire clear sky was revealed. A red sun shone above them. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers instantly shone with golden light. The sun! Someone exclaimed in surprise. There's a sun in the northwest too. Oh my God! At the same time, the world was in an uproar. Especially the three regions in the northwest, northeast, and true north. They were in jubilation. For too many people, this was the first time in their lives that they saw the sun and enjoyed the warmth of the sun. Countless people knelt on the ground and thanked the heavens. However, the pupils of this supreme martial artist on the wind-thunder platform shrank at the same time. The sun had not appeared for 100,000 years, but it appeared today. Why was this? And looking at the range, how was it just the northwest? It was obvious that the whole world was illuminated by the sun. The sun was so bright that a layer of white fog appeared on the snowy ground. The entire forest and the thousands of mountains and valleys turned into a dreamlike scenery at the same time. It was like a celestial palace in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. All of a sudden, a white light whizzed down from the sky. As it grew bigger and bigger, it suddenly split into two and shot down in all directions. As it flew, the white light suddenly became thicker and thicker, and slowly changed color, gradually turning into a rainbow. The rainbows were enormous. Every single one of them was at least a few dozen zhang thick. It connected the sky and the earth, still and unmoving. All of a sudden, the world was filled with a myriad of colors. The white light in the middle of the rainbow slowly emitted a gentle glow, rolling up and down. The next moment, the wind howled, thunder and lightning flashed, followed by thunder and lightning. Everyone was shocked at the same time. If the sky was cloudy, it was still understandable. But now, it was sunny in a radius of millions of miles. Wind and thunder actually gathered together? This was too ridiculous. A ray of light came from somewhere underground, approaching the wind and thunder in the sky at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the white light in the center. As if it connected the sky and the earth, it showed a colorful glow, splendid and brilliant beyond compare. And then, it stretched across the sky. The rainbow that crossed the distance between the sky and the earth suddenly rolled and gathered into a ball in the sky, and then separated. 8 big words appeared in the sky. The fifth part of the tribulation, the ruler of the martial world. As if an ancient deity had suddenly descended to the world, ruling over the world. The supreme martial artist leading the Li clan team was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly exclaimed, "Tribulation phenomenon? Oh my God!" At this moment, the whole world shook. Everyone in the world, no matter where they were, saw these 8 big words. Lower 3 heavens. On the way back from the south, Tai Butian looked at the sky affectionately. Looking at these 8 big words, a trace of heartfelt sweetness appeared in her eyes. He had gone back, and he had successfully obtained the 5th part of the tribulation sword. According to him, once he obtained the 5th part, he would be able to pass through the heavens. When that time comes, should I go up and take a look? The emperor was feeling sweet and conflicted. 3 days. Gu Duxing and the other brothers looked up. They looked at the sky for a long time, all of them silent. However, every single one of their hearts was boiling hot. Boss had gone back. Furthermore, it was done in such an earth-shattering manner. The headquarters of the law enforcement officers. The Dharma Supreme looked at the sky for a long time. He didn't speak for a long time. Only when the rainbow in the sky started to weaken did the Dharma Supreme let out a long sigh. Miscalculation. It turns out that the sword master of the tribulation sword had long been hiding in the upper 3 heavens. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he ordered indifferently, "Investigate thoroughly." These 2 words were said with an unusually heavy tone. In the shadows behind him, a respectful voice sounded. "Yes." The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands behind his back, not moving for a long time. He was thinking in his heart, since, after that, my strength has improved instead. That thing is indeed good stuff. I didn't expect there to be so much left. Ever since I started to nourish the heavens, I haven't used it, and it's all been taken advantage of. Yes, Chu Yang's part was taken away. Who exactly took it away? If he obtained that piece, his strength would probably surpass Wu Jueqing's. As for this tribulation swordmaster, since you have appeared in the upper three heavens, this is the day I have been waiting for. Everyone in the big clans was also shocked. The fifth part of the tribulation sword, the ruler of the martial world. And the tremors this time were bigger than those in the past, more obvious and lasting. This proved that the tribulation swordmaster had obtained the fifth part of the tribulation sword in the upper three heavens. The tribulation swordmaster had been in the upper three heavens for a long time. The big clans issued an order at the same time. Investigate thoroughly. In a faraway place, countless strange people looked up at the sky at the same time, their eyes full of eagerness. The tribulation swordmaster had already obtained the fifth part. When he obtained the fifth part and passed through the heavens, our king would be able to reunite with us. We have been in hiding for tens of thousands of years. No one knew that when the strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, Chu Yang was speeding underground. Right now, he was already close to the wind-thunder platform. Along the way, especially after entering the upper three heavens, Chu Yang felt a huge difference. When he saw that he was at most a few dozen miles away from reaching the wind-thunder platform, Chu Yang suddenly felt wind and thunder gathering in his meridians. The heavenly heart of wind and thunder suddenly moved. Immediately, a rainbow-colored fog appeared in this tunnel like a dream, as if an entire rainbow had poured into the tunnel. Fourth update. G. On behalf of all the brothers and sisters in Pride, Feng Ling prays for my brother. Brother, scholar who gets drunk at night from the Pride VIP group, is suffering from cancer. He will undergo surgery on the 13th of this month. Praying for my brother to overcome his illness and recover soon. On the day the surgery is successful, I will congratulate my brother with an outburst. I firmly believe that the surgery will be a success. My brother will definitely be healthy. Everyone is waiting for you. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.